The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a zero becomes a one, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD BLACK NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance. The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a zero becomes a one, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD BLACK NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and my dear fellow gamers, welcome to the WD Black, WD Black, the Esports Club Pro League for Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft and in association with ACT Fibernet and AFK Gaming. I'm your host, Baba Gusta. With me, I have my co-caster, Foxy, and our admin, Eisen, as we are here to go for Season 2, Division 3, Day 5, as our first match that we're going to witness would be Nevermind Esports versus Team Heat on map Oregon. It's going to be a very interesting match. So, Foxy, how are you doing? How's been your day today?
Well, it's been quite the start to the day. We did have a break day coming in yesterday because that's why it's a little I would say off pacing as to start this match, but we will start this match right off. People, never mind esports versus D-Meat right now, live on your screens on this beautiful map of Oregon. And speaking of which, we've got this. Like I said, the break did come in, and that also gave these teams a little bit more time to just try and work around what they really want to work around. That being said, we are underway with the first ban, and Thatcher once again a very standard ban as to what we get to see when it comes to a map like Oregon. It's just how these ban phases go. You want to take out Thatcher, and maybe even the Kaid ban comes out here and there, but no, it'll be a targeted ban coming in from the side of Nevermind Esports. They'll be going with the Ash ban. Looks like they just don't like somebody from Team Heat. And very obviously, there is Lord Bane. There we got Cypher putting in a little bit of um, smiley face as well. So it makes so much more sense. That being said, Melusi, a very understood ban. We've got Melusi, being a very huge problem for the attackers just to make headway onto side. So she'll be taken care of, and we'll be seeing the last and final ban onto the Mira. Standard ban except for the Ash. You want to take out Melusi. We don't get to see the Melusi ban just out of our usual ranked matches, but just as the ban phase has gone down, it does come down to Nevermind Esports being a little more team specific in their approach. We did see Nevermind Esports uh, go back to back against this same map before, and they lost it. So it can only make sense that the redemption on this map is going to be a priority for them. That being said, we'll be headed to Kids and Doms from the side of Team Heat as we take a quick look at the rosters. Eagle Eye, AMST, Cypher, Lord Bane, and Night Soul on the side of Team Heat. While we have Moose, that dude, Ombud Swaha, Beam Dolakpur, and Wiz on the side of Nevermind Esports. That being said, a few six picks are coming in, and Balagusta, please take us into round one.
Well, round one will be underway. We do see a six pick from from the side of the defender side of Team Heat, where the Goya has been six pick off to the Womai. Second floor kids will be the side for them. We do see the mute with the shotgun in hand, not the MP5K. Good for a long and medium range if you use the submachine gun, and shotgun is it's pretty much a devastating weapon for close range combat. The only counter to it is either a grenade, good amount of information, and a flashbang to make sure that he doesn't get the kills as best as possible. With Cypher finishing up his rotations and holes right from the second floor cage, opening up the hatches and making yet another rotation right from the white stairs wall. So it's just going to be a matter of a moment when the action phase will come into play. Amst is having a little bit of problems, but hopefully he will be back without having any problems. That action phase will proceed. The teams on the side of Naman Esports will be spawned towards the side of the street, as Lord Bane and the Legion will be nearby the kitchen hallway, or I would say the dining hallway, to make sure that the attackers won't get the control of those specific sides that the yellow stairs as best as possible. That dude who is playing as the ace, just going to open up the main entrance. So his main focus is to open up the walls on the side of second floor kids, so that he'll be able to take it as best as possible.
Well, that being said, we're here, in fact, and quite the change up we've got to see so far, as just in terms of defense happens to go to. But speaking of which, we'll be seeing Cypher hold on with the shotgun in hand and onto side. And that dude, he's brought up the ace, while we've just got some standard drone works coming in from the side of the attackers, and nothing off balance, nothing off beat as to what we usually get to see. Moose has made a nice entry for himself and for his team into the attic as well, while the flank from Beam Dollar put in a really good position. Honestly, that happens to be a position I feel the attackers don't capitalize on, but I'm getting to see that coming in from the side of Nevermind Esports. Really good stuff as we proceed to the midway 1.5 minute mark of this round. Let's see what this round has to unfold.
Well, 1 minute 30 seconds left. Moose, he still places drone near the first floor dining room to make sure that the flank rotation which comes in from the defenders won't work out. Still, Beam is holding from the kitchen, as the Aces Salma breach charges will be used to open up the second floor kids. Although second slit of the Salma breach will be denied with the impact nade, and Night Soul is in the attic, holding the angle right from the attic wall in which the Maverick is slowly pushing in. That would be Moose. He knows that there is two players playing in the side of attic. Night Soul really needs to be careful. Looks like Beam will be the one taking the elimination on the side of Team Heat, where Cypher goes down. The shotgun won't be available, but his mute jammers will prove to be quite efficient for him. Thermite's exothermic charge wouldn't take out due to the mute's jammer being effective, and looks like the Aces Salma breach charge will be in effect yet again. Eagle Eye doesn't have his impact nades, and neither does the man count. But Swaha goes down, but a quick refrag comes in right from the white stairs, and Lord Brain gets 2 kills, which leads to Night Soul eliminating that dude. And with the 20 seconds remaining left on the side of No Man Esports, the body starts to drop down, which leads to Moose all by himself pushing towards the trophy room, and he needs to find 3 players. The deployable shield will be very difficult, and Amst with the perfect angle to eliminate Moose, as Team Heat will be able to win their first round of defense on second floor kids. As we look at it in the ACT Fibernet instant replay, a very good angle being displaced here from Amst. With Team Heat winning their first round of defense, we will now proceed to round 2. With Nomad Esports, the early amount of rounds that we did get to see was technically clearing out the roamers, trying to open up the walls as best as possible, in which they did succeed. The only problem was they did not eliminate the roamers, which gave them the opportunity to get those refrags, especially Ombat Swaha, who was apparently pushing in from the white stairs. He did eliminate the Legion, who was holding in the white stairs entrance, but unfortunately didn't get the refrag, as Lord Bane was present, taking out 2 of the players and then eventually get the round win.
Definitely. That beautiful finish up from AMST as well. Good cleanup, at least, as to what team here it happens to bring up. Lord Bane, fresh from his recent highlight that he just happened to be flexing on the Esports Club social. Did happen to bag him that MVP highlight of the week for himself off his division. Really good plays that have been coming out from them. So let's see what we happen to see going ahead into this match. Once again, Nitro will be employing the Goyo while we have Lord Bane on the Jaeger. Cypher will be on the smoke. We need that kind of denial. While AMST, once again, rolling with the Momai. He likes this. He's been good with it. And that's what he's going to stick with. Eagle Eye, meanwhile, though, he's working on a little more of a passive role to try and provide for his team. That's what I'm able to make out from the play style that he's been bringing out so far. And hey, that's what we love to see. Master camps will be underway and everything right into place, including the reconstruction that is necessary on site from Cypher. Everything will come right into place and the action phase will be underway. Beam, once again, is employing the Zofia as the hard breach potential from the side of Nevermind Esports. It does happen to be quite a little to emphasize in that little gray area, if I may say, because just as this happens to look out to be, oh, Lord Bane almost getting spotted with that drone, is just going to play to and fro, forth and fall back. But nothing new, at least, as to what is happening. Honestly, we're getting to see very standard of what we get to see from both these teams just on a map like Oregon, as it happens to be a very well favored map, a very well played map by the community, so they know exactly what they're doing. That is, of course, from both sides. That dude knows there's somebody on the other side of the shield, but that's AMST, whose Lord Bane loses his head meanwhile, caught off as a stray meanwhile, in fact. That does happen to look very disheartening as we're hitting the 2-minute mark and proceeding ahead into this round.
Well, the deployable shield right from the entrance of Blue Bunker will provide very dangerous angles from the defenders, as Amst is still in the particular angle here. Still in the laundry, still using his the magnet leads to make sure that any projectile from the attackers won't work out, as one of the smoke gas canisters has been thrown right from the electrical hatch to make sure that the Maverick doesn't open up as best as possible. With him taking a bit of damage from the smoke canisters, he will now proceed to open up the hatches without being able to take a lot of damage from the from the smoke gas canisters I was talking about. Om still holding up the angle right from the laundry stairs. He's just waiting for a particular defenders to pop out, especially if they try to rotate in particularly in the A side, in which they're just waiting. They're just using the drones to make sure that there might be something that they'll be able to capitalize on that particular utility, and looks like they will be, as that dude eliminates Cypher. The smoke with the gas canisters, in which he did use one of them right from the electric, but the other two smoke canisters won't be available this time, and neither does the Maestro's Evil Eye Cam. His own but Swaha will be able to capitalize. One gets 2 kills, eliminating Night and Soul, which leads to Amst all by himself and in the Harry Potter position. He's going to get taken down as well. Moves with the final kill, eliminating Amst, as they will win round 2 Basement Laundry. As we take a look at it in the ACT Fibernet instant replay, now man Esports winning their first round of attack on Basement Laundry. We will now proceed to round 3, and the Basement Laundry will be the site yet again.
Basement Laundry just seems like something that they want to go to, and it's not exactly been the most I would say the most comfortable spot for them. They will be seeing them go to that second time, and yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. Nothing new once again from both the sides. We're getting to see the same rosters, at least in the operator picks, except for the Hibana pick that just came in from Wiz. That'll be from the Thermite onto the Hibana. You need a little more dynamic, a little more speed, and that's why Hibana will be employed, while the Valkyrie will be brought out from Eagle Eye. That's definitely something that they lagged. I feel like that information, even with the Maestro into play, just did not work out, because that passive role just did not work out for Eagle Eye. That kind of aggressive person who is able to take gunfights, you just don't want to put him away in a role that does not suit him. They'll be playing the MPX, definitely a better gun as to... No, I wouldn't really compare it with the Alda. They've got their own advantages, but yeah, MPX does give you so much more momentum as to how you want to be taking these gunfights. Speaking of gunfights, though, it's been a good round, at least for Nevermind Esports, coming back in round 2. A good execute from them. Ombertswa with good patience coming in, just staying on the main stairs pretty much the entirety of the round, and that just made sure that everything went in his favor and went underway. That being said, that'll be it into the prep phase as we'll be headed into the action phase. Let's see what Nevermind Esports happens to put out in terms of their attack. Well, is that a little more hard-reaching potential I get to see from them? Or Lord Bane is just going to turn things around with this aggressive peak that he happens to bring up early into the match?
Well, with Lord Bane in the side of Showers, we do see a Goyo being implicated on the side of Team Heat. Those two are a total of two Vulcan shields, one from the basement blue bunker as Lord Bane tries to take out the drone. He was trying to be as stealthily as possible, but unfortunately, with him being detected, he was forced to take out the drone, which would follow him to fall back in a particular position. Team will now get the control on the side of construction as the pre-fire comes in right from Lord Bane, trying to contest the moves right from the kitchen. Eliminating the Maverick would be efficient, but it won't be on the side of Team Heat as Nevermind Esports will be able to eliminate the first player on the side of the defenders. Lord Bane goes down, an important kill, and that too in the early months of rounds where the attackers have 2 minutes left. Eagle Eye will still be in the freezer, and the IQ will be able to use one of her breach charges to open up the barricade right from the basement stairs.
That's exactly what it looks like. AMST is just going to have to move back and forth with what he's trying to play. Beam Dolakpur, meanwhile, he's going to go back on his drone, and we've not really got a whole lot of commotion happening from the side of the attackers. That's just because it's the hatches that they're getting breached. It's the map control that they want first and foremost, and that's exactly what they're doing. Ombertswa with some pre-fires coming in onto the main stairs. AMST might as well find the set shot, but no, the ace is a little too quick for it. Does some damage in return, but that's not going to be enough. That dude wants to make sure that he tries and pushes in a little bit more. AMST takes so much damage from that nade that came in, and he goes down. That double nade from the Maverick definitely worked out. Moves with the plays. We'll see the Goyo shield get popped. Just a little difficulty from Cypher on that as he'll move back and reinforce himself back on the side. It's turning out to be a very heated movement right now. A 3 versus 5, not in the favor of the defense as a C4 goes out, but that's a little too late. The push-up is already in from the Zofia. It's essentially a 2 versus 5 because AMST is still down, and take one more onto that count as that dude gets AMST's confirm, and Cypher goes on the Night Soul. He's going to try and get one. He won't even survive that. Wiz gets the final frag. Nevermind Esports will make sure they get round 3 on board with a flawless run coming in. And Laundry, like I said, just does not seem to be working out for Team Heat. We'll be taking a quick look at that in the ACT Fibernet instant replay as we are headed to round 4. And quite the stuff we did get to see once again from the attackers. Team Heat not able to face the Heat when Nevermind Esports tried to turn that around them. Kids and Doms is going to be unlocked again, and that's exactly where we're headed from their side. Let's see if the equalizer comes in or not.
Well, that is a question that we'd like to see, Foxy, as we proceed to round 4, second floor kids. The only site where Team Heat did win their round of defense against Nevermind Esports' style of attack. In second floor kids, the defenders didn't had any problem with dealing when it comes to eliminating the attackers as soon as possible. We did see Lord Bane, who was always roaming towards either in the kitchen, dining, or at the showers. He would just particularly rotate on to certain buildings as soon as possible so that he'll be able to get multiple angles to work out with and make sure that they don't have the construction site. That would be the small tower entrance as best as possible. And it did work out well in the first round, but unfortunately for the past 2 rounds, Lord Bane got picked up quite early in the previous 2 rounds against Nevermind Esports, especially the Moose, who was playing as the Maverick. He did aggressively push in towards the kitchen to eliminate him, and it did work out well in this favor, which would give Nevermind Esports the only main focus is to get control of the side, in which they evidently did. The nade from the Maverick taking out the not only just the deployable shield but also eliminating the Womai was holding on the side of the boilers. Well, action phase will proceed, and Night Soul will be able to place one of his magnets right from the classroom in order to waste a total of more than 2 utilities on the side of the Zofia, knowing that that is technically most of the ways that Zofia mains uses their impact needs to at least take out the bandit charges. But you do have with the IQ. She'll be able to detect those utilities with the help of a rarity scanner to eliminate it as soon as possible.
That's exactly what is going to come up from them. All of the RD scans are coming in, but they don't know is that there could be a possible Lord Bane right around the corner, waiting to come along this Zulu hallway. And yes, he will, and a headshot connects. That dude says goodnight, and another one goes down. Oh, but Swaha goes down. That's a double kill coming in from the side of the Jaeger. Lord Bane pops out. He finds his window to perform, and he will not let Team Heat down. 2 quick kills coming in on the side of Team Heat, as Nevermind Esports definitely feel the heat. They are going to try and turn things up just a little bit in their favor. A 3 versus 5, as they make that a 2 versus 5. AMST adds up to that damage that Lord Bane happened to start off with, and now we're all, well, at least it's all down to Moose and Wiz. Both these hard breachers, they've not got enough map control for that matter. Obviously not. No diffuser in hand is going to be retrieved. Moose is making his way in from the meeting split, but there is somebody awfully close, and that's going to be Lord Bane once again. Will he find his triple right now, or is Moose going to shut him down? He happened to do so much damage to his teammates. It's all going to come down to this. Does he have the nade roll out? It's going to be Eagle Eye who takes the damage. I'm not sure where that nade happened to go out to. I believe that was in fact meant to be a chef's nade above, but did not claim anything. That pre-fire gave away his position. Lord Bane is still going to be holding this angle. This might just be fatal for the Maverick. Yes, it is. He's taking so much damage. And yes, he'll go down. Lord Bane comes in with the wallbang connect. A triple kill comes in from the man. It's all under Wiz. What a nice shot that even the enemy has to commend him for that. Lord Bane definitely having the time of his life in this round, as we're headed with only 40 seconds left. And Wiz is the only survivor.
Well, with Wiz still holding right from the main entrance, he has the diffuser in hand. He has a total of 2 drones to give him good amount of information. The only problem that he doesn't have enough man count. So even the Thermite does take 1 operator out, the instant refrag would come in, giving them the instant win towards the side of Team Heat. Talking about the side, second floor kids did go to the favor of Team Heat, except on basement laundry, and looks like it is working well. Right, it is technically working well in their favor. So the attackers have 10 seconds, and the Thermite will choose to hold his ground to make sure that he'll be able to waste a lot of time, and with that, it will suffice. The Team Heat will be able to win round 4 by successfully wasting a lot of time for the attackers. And with that, we will proceed to round 5, where the score has been equalized. 2 defending wins on the side of Team Heat, 2 attacking wins on the side of Team Nevermind Esports, and the side will be on Basement Laundry, the site where Team Nevermind Esports has a lot of control on that site, and Team Heat really needs to pick up their pace if they want to get ahead in the lead. They still have 2 more rounds in their first half, so if there may be a higher chances where it might go for a 4-2, or it might go for 3-3.
That's exactly what we are happening to speculate over here. Honestly, Baba Gusta, now that we think about it, we've gotten to see Team Heat winning on kids and doms before as well, but not on laundry. And that's exactly where they're headed again. Just from the looks of it, Nevermind Esports, they were not able to tackle the aggression coming in from Team Heat twice. That's the only rounds that they seem to have lost. But there's more to that than what Team Heat has been doing so far. They've been putting down so much more of a distraction to Nevermind Esports that they're having to imply so much utility to distract it into that utility-based part of the game that they're just not able to find themselves those little windows that AMST and Lord Bane are able to make conversions out of. That's something Nevermind Esports will. I think if they happen to fix that, that's definitely going to shift things around for their team. But let's see what they happen to offer. Once again, the goal will be brought up by Night Soul. We've got Lord Bane running the Jaeger once again. Same stuff from the side of Team Heat and same stuff from the side of Nevermind Esports. Neither of them want to change anything, and I don't really blame them. They've been going head-to-head. 2-2 is the scoreline. Round 5 is underway, and anything can happen. That's exactly what I'm trying to imply here. It definitely does come down to a close fight. Moose will spot the Jaeger on that drone. He happened to just spot it, but the Jaeger wants to take this gunfight. Just a little bit of pre-fire, and he's got to fall back. We won't be seeing a whole lot of hostility coming in from the side of the attackers as well. They're being a little slow, a little methodical, as we see the drone works coming in, and we'll be hitting the 2-minute mark with this drone work about to end. Lord Bane still moving back and forth. He's not found anybody, and just from the looks of it, we might as well see this aggression from the side of the defense pay off in their favor.
Well, currently Bane is still in the big tower, stairs as he's waiting for the barricade open up. Followed up with Lord being taking a lot of damage right from the AK, in which the Ace will now proceed to push in, gain the control of Big Tower, and even his teammates right from behind. That would be the Zofia and the Maverick will make sure that there won't be any push. Although we do see a total of 3 hard breaches here: the Maverick, the Ace, and the Hibana, in which taking out the hatches wouldn't be much of a problem. On certain moment, Esports, the only problem is the man count, in which Umbatswa will be able to use one of his breach charge to open up one, followed up with Eagle Eye, eliminating one important player. Make that two, as that dude goes down, which led to an unforeseen 3-5 situation on the side of Nomad Esports. They had a lot of problems on Basement Laundry, but looks like in round 5 they are having a lot of problems dealing with. Lord Bane, he was pressuring the opponents at the early amounts of rounds, and then he decides to just fall back and play passively in the mid round, in which it did work out well in his favor. And the teammates did, however, halt the push which came in on the side moment Esports, and looks like Amst won't be aggressive yet. He knows that there is one player in the big tower stage. He's waiting for the opportunity for the head to pop out, or any information in which the grenade will be able to give exactly that. The magnet will be able to capture that projectile, which leads to the attackers in a very difficult position. Barricades being opened up from Wiz, I believe right from the freezer stairs, as a smoke gas canisters being used right from the electrical hatch to make sure if the drop does come in, they'll be able to take a bit of damage, in which the defenders have a higher chance of winning in that gunfight. The push will come in right from the freezer, as Ohm with a beautiful headshot to be able to eliminate Lord Bane. Gets 2 kills with the 5.52 commando, followed up with Eagle Eye eliminating Moose, which leads to in a 2v3 situation. The push comes in right from the rotation as he gets a triple kill. Can he get the 4? No, he does not. The Gomai will be able to eliminate it, and so does the time in which Team Heat will be able to successfully defend the side on Basement Laundry. Round 5 goes to them. As we proceed to round 6, with taking a look at it in the ACT Fibernet instant replay, we are now going to proceed to the last round of the first half, and the site will be on first floor meeting hall and kitchen. Knowing that second floor kids has already been one on the side of Team Heat and Basement Laundry being one, the only side that they are picked would either be on first floor dining room or first floor kitchen and meeting hall, in which they will be able to pick that specific side. Round 6 will proceed, followed up with the 6th pick coming in from Moose, as he switches from the Maverick to the Iana to make sure that, we have a lot of hard breaches. So let's just make sure that we would have good amount of information and connection when it comes to converting those information into kills with the help of those frag grenades.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
That's exactly what you look for. Utility versus the value they happen to offer. The frag grenades are definitely going to be something that we do get to see Nevermind Esports really emphasizing on. With the Maverick pick, despite having the Hibana and the Ace, it can only make sense that you need those frag grenades for yourselves. Looks like Moose and Beam Dolokpur are going to be the ones to fulfill that duty for the side of Nevermind Esports this time around. But on the other hand, a good breather for Team here to walk away with a good win that they just could not crack through on a site like Laundry. They finally happen to win it. Third time's a charm, just as people happen to say it. That out of the way, let's see what they happen to bring to the board, with the side being kitchen and meeting. We're getting to see a top floor control coming in from the side of the defense. Look at the rotations coming in from them, the attic being open, very standard stuff. And I'm looking at Nevermind Esports approaching this a little more textbook wise as well. They'll be going for the tower take and then whatnot. Getting the breach and getting the control onto attic is going to be a huge priority. No 200 IQ 6 picks coming in from the side of Nevermind Esports as well. I've got to mention that we have seen out of desperation, when it does happen to be, you've got players like Lord Bane and AMST playing against you. You try and bring out operators like a Lion, maybe like a Finka, and there you go. Speaking of which, I'm not sure what that dude was thinking, but that was a very bad decision for the man to just speak without any information firsthand as to who is playing on T3. That was one of the ABCs of how you happen to clear out Rome, is that you do not die on duty. That's pretty much the opposite of Rome clear. But then, that out of the way, we'll be headed to the 2-minute mark, and let's see what more damage Lord Bane happens to bring out with him still being alive on T3.
Well, with the heart breacher being eliminated right from the big tower stairs, opening up the attic would be a no-go. But looks like they just want to keep the big tower stairs as best as possible. Lord Bane making sure that the flashbang effect wouldn't work on him as he looks back and front at the same time to make sure to be able to win that gunfight. Moose, on the other hand, in the windows of the dorms, trying to contest a player right from the side, in which Beam will be able to eliminate Ams right from the kids' open wall, right from the games room, in which they'll be able to equalize the man count. With Om getting the control right from the second floor kids, they do need to remember that the site is on first floor meeting. So I believe with the sledge getting the control of second floor kids, he will now proceed to use his sledgehammers to make lines of sight right from the floor. Lord Bane, he will now proceed to push right from behind as Night Soul sees the head of the gun and will be able to confirm the kill, eliminating Moose, making it a 3v4. Wiz will also do the same, getting a bit of damage right from the big tower entrance from none other than Bane himself. He still has Eagle Eye with the support to make sure that if he goes down, the instant refrag will come in. The breach charges will be up in effect from IQ as he'll be able to make lines of sight right from below. Though on the first floor, kitchen as well as the side, as the push comes in with the UMP, quite surprisingly enough, he'll be able to win that gunfight, eliminating Beam, making it a 2v4 situation. Castle is now slowly pushing in towards the main white stairs, as Cypher has a total of 0 gas canisters, in which he'll be able to use 2 of them right from the first floor kitchen. Om
That
is Om still in the site. He's just waiting for a particular player to fall out as the attackers have a total of 15 seconds left. Wiz is still holding that angle as Om, but he's taking a lot of damage and he'll go tumbling down from the hatches, which leads to a 1v4 situation. Wiz will be able to take out Eagle Eye right from the hallway, but not enough amount of time will be able to give the side of Team Heat winning their round of defense. Round 6 first floor meeting goes to them as we proceed to the role swap on round 7, where Nauman Esports will be the one on defense. Quite surprisingly enough, I do have to appreciate Nauman Esports winning a total of 2 attack rounds on a map like Oregon's. Basement Laundry is considered to be one of the most highest potential sites to be won on the side of defenders, and getting that control, getting that win from the side is a very good achievement for them. Although they did not win on round 5 Basement Laundry, in which Team Heat adapted to it, made sure that they won't be able to fall their bodies in the early months of round. They did, however, win that specific round, giving the score 4-2. As we proceed to round 7, second floor Kids Dome will be the site as the sixth pick comes in, as the Mozzie will be switched to the Vomai.
that six pick onto the Vermine, nothing I don't want to blame them out of. And in fact, with the round 6 happening, quite the first stuff we got to see. Team Heat definitely not trying to back down after those 2 rounds that Nevermind Esports just happened to bring out for themselves. I can only understand how Team Heat happened to walk away with the 4-2 advantage. You want that for yourselves, especially when you happen to be on defense and you happen to make the side change when it comes to the second half of this match. The second half of this match, speaking of which, we'll be seeing once again top floor, the kids' domes being employed, the castle will be brought on, and the mute castle to go along with the smoke for the denial. You've got Umbutswa running the Jaeger as well, so very standard stuff as to what you get to see. Coming back to what Team Heat brought, though, I think strategy-wise they looked a little more in control, but sometimes it's just as the saying goes. Sometimes even simple is everything. You just need to keep things simple and just not overcomplicate stuff that might just try and put you up in a better position of things, and have more clarity as to what you're trying to gain from this. So speaking of which, some last minute preps coming in from them, as well as the action phase will be underway.
Well, Night Soul will proceed to get the access towards a small tower. Will be able to, will technically aim to get the control on the first floor kitchen, in which Lord Bane is technically playing as the Iano to gain information, so that he will be, he wouldn't have any surprise attacks coming in from Nauman Esports. Cypher, with the help of his breaching torch, will be able to open up the attic with the half-wall trick, and looks like it will be the half-wall trick from Cypher. Although there is some particular place where he needs to open it it up as soon as possible so that he'll be able to convert the hard wall into a soft wall, in which he needs the help of a soft breaching teammate to open it up. Looks like the soft breach doesn't work out well, so he will decide to waste a lot of breaching torch to make a simple rotation right from the right side of the attic. We'll be able to find a good amount of utilities, the mute jammers as well as the magnets. The magnets on the side of Vamai, in which another one will be taken out. They'll be able to eliminate the deployable shield as best as possible. 2 concussive nades for the confirmation, and he will proceed. He just gives it to on the hands of the Maverick, in which he'll be able to use one of his frag grenades to take out the outer panel. Although the deployable shield is not being destroyed, in which it will be very problematic to get that access as soon as possible.
That's exactly what's going to happen. The access is what they need, and it's not being granted from the side of the defense. Nevermind Esports holding the strong. Lord Bane is going to start things off, though. There goes the Iana popping up. Ombatswa is going to be the first one to take the fall. The Jaeger will be the one who will be the first blood, at least on the second half of this match. It's going to come down to the 50 seconds, and they've got to make sure. Oh boy, Beam almost losing his life in that chef nade that came down from below. I'm not sure what made him not move his position. He was obviously spotted, and that was in fact the ass charge that came down from below. So much commotion right now. It's going to be the Wamai that'll make sure that he gets down onto Lord Bane. That's I'd say that's enough for now, but not enough to get the round victory. That dude is going to add up to this. Cypher is going to be the one to take the fall, but here's the push-up from AMST. He's got to find frags right now. The ace is everything that it's counting on. He's got the diffuser as well. AMST starting things off. He's going to find the frag and the moves. He's still got a 4 versus 2. Nevermind Esports, only 10 seconds to work with, and the plan has got to go down, and yes, it will from AMST. One more gets found, and that's Eagle Eye, who will make sure that that dude sits down for the while. As Wiz is the only one left alive. He'll find the Zofia. Does he find AMST? Not yet. Prefires are coming in, but it won't last long. Night Soul from outside the window will make sure the wall bank comes in from that nice angle that the Nomad had for herself. We'll be taking a quick look at that in the ACT Fibernet instant replay. What a good round coming in from the side of the attack once again. A very controlled, well-controlled execute from the side of Team Heat does put them up in the advantage. 5-2 is the scoreline as we proceed to round 8, and it's been a good attempt from Nevermind Esports, thinking that this round is supposed to go in their account, but it was just Team Heat making sure that they turn up the heat towards the end moments of that round. That being said, we'll be headed to round 8. Let's see what the future happens to offer.
Well, 2 more rounds required on the side of Team Heat to get that win against their opposition teammate. We do see a 6-pick from both the teams here, Beam and Lord Bane, switching from the Blitz to the Sledge, as Beam will make an interesting pick here as he decides to switch from Smoke to the Goyo. Now, the Goyo with his Vulcan shield will be able to halt the push, but won't be as much as effective as the Smoke gas cancel, because it has a total of 10 seconds duration, and the attackers need to wait for that particular amount of time, so they'll be able to push in from the side. A very devastating gadget not being used on the side of defense will give Heat some opportunities to not being able to worry about that particular gadget. We do see Wiz using the castle due to his armor panel. Quite interestingly enough, he'll be able to place one right from the windows. Maybe he'll be able to block the access right from the double doors, which connects from the first floor dining, and also the hallways in which the shower room is. So action phase will be we will proceed to action phase. We do see a total of 2 deployable shield right from the attic. I believe one is to technically make sure if the attackers do push in, the Vulcan Goyo shield be able to halt their push, as well as get some a good amount of damage in if the attackers do decide to push in. Will be in the big towers. He knows that there is one. He doesn't have the perfect confirmation of the information just yet, but the attackers will, in which the Jaeger is forced to go back to the basement. Night Soul will continue doing his work using the AK, making sure that the flank cover is covered, and if any particular defenders would try to push in from that specific side, they would be knocked down, and from that amount of window of opportunity, the attackers will be able to eliminate them.
That's exactly right. The window of opportunity is what they are trying to find right now. As we hit the 2-minute mark, it's going to come down to the fact that how the attackers try and make this map control and work for themselves. And there you go, the peek comes in. Does that dude know this? No, he does not. Just cannot spot that little pixel that Night Soul could. And he's going to make quick work of that Mumbai. This is exactly what happens when you happen to play in such tight angles. Could be anybody's fight to win. Moose takes some damage as he tries to do some to Lord Bane. That's a very good fight that we just happened to see them take. Might as well turn out to be the SMG 11 facing off each other. Lord Bane will make sure he gets a frag on the waist as he picks up a double. Lord Bane never failing to amaze us. Gets off a triple kill. Look at the man pop off. What did just happen? What did he just do? He just comes in with the double frag and then the triple to follow up. And Ombatwa is the only one left alive in a 1 versus 5. He tries into making that a 1 versus 4, but he won't survive long. Eagle Eye will get the final frag, as that was quite the kill frenzy that Lord Bane happened to start feeding onto. Nevermind Esports not looking great, as Team Heat will get themselves the match point status as we headed to round 9. What a way to get match point, in fact. Well done, and done in style for that matter. The sledge adding up so many more style points for Team Heat. That's definitely a thing that's going to come up. Speaking of which, we'll be taking a quick look at the scoreboard. Look at that. 10 frags to the man himself, Lord Bane, doing so much work. While on the other side, we've got Ombatswa doing almost equal amount of work in terms of the kill count for his team, but it's just not been fruitful enough. We do get to see the side of Team Heat a little more, I would say, a little more distributed as to how they've been performing in their flex duties and their support duties as well, and that's good. That's giving Lord Bane so much more opportunity to just work around stuff and just pop off. Moments like these, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Good stuff once again. Got to commend Lord Bane, but the fight is far from over yet. We're headed with the prep phase already, and the laundry is going to be the site once again from the side of Nevermind Esports. Not exactly had a great time here, neither Team Heat or Nevermind Esports for that matter, but it's definitely going to be an interesting outlook to see what changes will come out over here. Ombatswa, once again, he's brought up the Jaeger just as I'm to speak about him. He's been trying to act as the, or rather act up, as that fragging potential that his team happens to offer, but he's just not being able to find windows a little farther than what he's trying to aim for. He's able to get a frag or two, but he gets shut down immediately right after. Just not having that little window and space of working around with his teammates. Maybe that's exactly what is putting him in that spot. And maybe we might get to see that untapped potential come out in this round. That dude will be working in close tandem with him. That's going to be the Vamai with the shield as well on the side of blue bunkers. We've got Eagle Eye with the push coming in. That's the Zofia as we are proceeding on the 2-minute mark slowly into this round.
Well, we do see two players, Ombatswa and that dude, being very close at the entrance of the blue bunker. A huge aggression and also a very risky place coming in from Nevermind Esports. So we do see the Kite using his electro claws to make sure that he won't be able to open it out. And Ombatswa again going in that attack phase as he'll be able to give a bit of a damage to Eagle Eye from the blue bunker. And the Womai will now proceed to use those magnets to make sure that the attackers will waste a lot of utilities, in which they are successfully doing it. So a total of 3 ADS is placed right from the blue bunker, and Lord Bane somehow finds a weakness, eliminating the Vumai, which would give the deployable shield defenseless. Ombatswa all by himself in the blue bunker. This was not a good idea, as the attackers will now proceed using their drone works to get that information, in which they will do for it off with yet another kill, and this time it's going to be Eagle Eye eliminating Ombatswa. With the push coming in from the blue bunker, the Kaid will now force to reinforce, as Moose will be able to eliminate Night Soul right from the boiler room, giving them the will be able to control that site as best as possible. But with the amount of push that Team Heat is doing currently, will be very detrimental on the side of Nevermind Esports. The push will come in, the prone shot from Amps. He eliminates Moose, and they will proceed to push towards the side. Wallbang comes in, won't be able to deal a bit of a damage, but they do have the information that the Kaid is inside the supply room. Beam, on the other hand, is still in the meeting. He's just waiting for the push right from the big tower stairs. Looks like apparently we had some technical difficulties on our side, but hey, we actually did get to know who won on the side. It's going to be Team Heat, winning a good amount of wins there, as we see at it in the ACT Fibernet instant replay. 7-2. What a wonderful attack as well as defense did we get to see from Team Heat. But on the side of Nevermind Esports, they did try their best, especially Omo playing as the GSG9 operator, the IQ. Most of the time, he would use his breach charges to get the access towards the site, especially on basement laundry, in which he did get a total of 3 kills by being very aggressive. He starts pushing in from the rotation, gets 1 kill, gets two right from the hallways of the supply room. Although with the amount of pressure that Nevermind Esports did give, or on a total of 2 rounds, they did not manage to control Team Heat's style of attack. Well played from Team Heat, and also very well played right on the side of Nevermind Esports, knowing the fact that it is a solo team, and performing in such performing in such, having good amount of communications. They did try their best to halt their attacks, in which they did in a countless number of rounds, but in the end, Team Heat emerged victorious. Well played from them, to be honest.
Hey, that's exactly what I have to say for them as well. But except I'm not going to be cutting them a slack on the fact that they're a solo team. I think coming back to more than what they just happened to offer, even with coming through the qualifiers, that's exactly my moment of I got impressed by them, but not anymore. I'll be expecting more from them, even if it does happen to be a solo team. Happening to be in the league happens to be such a prestigious moment because you are already coming through such a huge plethora of teams and that population into the top few 24 teams, in fact, into the league does happen to speak volumes in itself of how you happen to perform and what kind of caliber you are as players. But that being said, we'll be taking a quick look at the highlights of the match and reliving the moments of this. In fact, uh, honestly, this did come out to be a very good Lord Bane day, as just as he happened to perform. Starting off, he did come out with some plays on the side of the defense, except for the first few rounds. It's not given so much more room to work with, but I can only understand why that took some time. Team Heat was warming up to the game, and so was Nevermind Esports. They were just testing the waters, trying to understand what their opponents are trying to find out. And once Lord Bane found that window to perform, he did not stop amazing us. That's what we got to see. So many more kills that he got racked up for him today. And look at this push that came out from Ubisoft. Definitely something that we've got to commend. The IQ just waiting very patiently on the main stairs. That she did that for 2 rounds back to back. More importantly, that was a good attempt. More importantly, Nevermind Esports, Ombudswa came out with so much more than what he usually does, and it was just his team's lack of not being able to convert that kind of momentum.
Well, unfortunately, for these were the only 2 rounds where Nomad Esports won their attack phase on 2 and 3, and that it was a flawless round. And then when the site was on second floor kids, actually this was on round 5 basement laundry, where this was the third time where Om decides to make a push yet again right from the basement laundry room. He did get the push, eliminating 2 of the players, did get the control, but unfortunately didn't had the diffuser. The diffuser was apparently dropped on the side of Freezer, in which Amst did halt the push from the IQ, giving them the win on round 5. And this was on round 7. Second floor kids, Team Heat didn't had any problem when they were on attack, eliminating the players which were holding on the side of second floor kids. And the ace was apparently present, planting the diffuser at the right amount of time. And in the end, it was just a post plan situation coming in from Nevermind Esports, in which they could not win. They could not win in that particular. In that particular place. In round 8, second floor kids, we did see some huge emphasis on roaming capabilities, and we did see in the final round where they decided that having one room wouldn't be better, so they just decided to have the second roamer, and that would be Beam, who decides to play as the Vigil. It didn't quite work out well, because even though having good amount of roamers right from the kitchen, they did not get either the control, or they did not play passively right from the site, in which the attackers gain control. We did see the Jaeger and the Vomai using those utilities as best as possible. A total of 3 ADSs, followed up with 2 Vomai Magnet and a deployable shield, to make sure to be able to win that gunfight. And somehow Lord Bane manages to eliminate the Vomai, which leads to the defenders in a very tough spot, and they could not handle the aggression in which Team Heat did. And just like that, in a total of 3 attack rounds, Team Heat managed to win it out, making it 7-2. Whereas Lord Bane, I believe he has a total of 11 kills from that specific round.
That's exactly right. Lord Bane definitely popping off and enrolling himself for that MVP SSD that he wants to have, that MVP award towards the end of the season. But for now, let's keep things a little more isolated to the matches we have for us today. In fact, for this stream, we've got more action coming up in just a little while. But before we happen to go to that, For everybody out there who wants to be a part of this league, Season 3 registrations are live. That's right, people. The WD Black, the Esports Club Pro League Season 3 registrations are live. You can check out the link in the description of this video and get your team or yourself solo registered for that matter into the league and be a part of this amazing tournament of Rainbow Six Siege. That being said, we just got to see Nevermind Esports play. They'll be playing once again in the second match coming up against Team Nat. Speaking of which, we'll be joining you guys in just a bit. I'm Foxtrot, and this is my co-caster Baba Gusta, and we'll join you guys right after this short break.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the WD BLACK Esports Club Pro League 4 Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft and in association with ACT Fibernet and AFK Gaming. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Baba Gusta, as we are here for the second game of Day 5 of Division 3. In the second season of the Pro League. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, Foxy has had to depart, and in his place, I am here to hopefully entertain all of our viewers at home. But without further ado, let's get right on with the second match of the night, and that is Nat taking on Nevermind Esports, who will be coming back live on your screens once again after having played Team Heat just now on the map of Oregon. Right now, it is a Villa which will see this showdown happen as we're already in the ban phase. Nat have the first ban on the map today, being on the defense, and they will decide to ban the Blackbeard. An interesting ban to say the least, as when it comes to Villa, understandably so, Blackbeard can hold certain longer hallways and windows, crucial points that are governed by those hallways or windows. But other than that, other than those one or two areas, he's not particularly that strong in Villa, at least not as strong as, say, Coastline. But regardless, he's been banned, so has Thatcher from the side of the attackers. No real need to explain that one, as it's another day, another Thatcher ban. Wouldn't you agree, Baba?
Absolutely, Jack. Thatcher has been. He's been banned quite a lot thanks to his utility. The EMPs, which will be able to disable any utilities on the side of defense, whether if it's a soft wall or a hard wall. Those the gadget in which will be able to disable will be able to give the attackers the opportunity to either open up a wall or take out the deployable shield as soon as possible. With him being banned, it will be very difficult, as we do see the end of the ban phase. The two defenders, the Wamai as well as the Mira, won't be in play in map Villa. The Blackbeard, Thatcher, Wamai and Mira will be banned on map Villa as we proceed to the first round of this particular map here. There's a site being on second floor AVG. As we take a look at it in the as we take a look at the rosters on the side of Team Nevermind Esports, we have Moose, Beam from Dolakpur, Wiz, Ombat Swaha, and that dude. And on the side of Team Nat, we have Roni the Simp, Tandon 69, Desi, Drish, and DZ. As Lucia 6 pick come in as Moose decides to switch in from the Gridlock to the Iana. Instead of using the track stringers to provide some freedom when it comes to the flanks which would come in from the defenders, they would prefer they would most likely prefer as the Iana, because thanks to her in I would say invulnerable drone, I would say it as the Gemini replicator, as the game would call it, will be able to provide good amount of information and also a little bit of confusion towards the defenders. Who knows if the Iana decides to push in from the side directly, and then either an accidental C4 or an impact nade being thrown, that would prove to be very effective on the side of the attackers. Knowing that those utilities has been taken down, they'll be able to push in towards the side without having any problems. Round one, for now, the prep phase will almost come to an end, where the defenders will finish up their mundane task, reinforcing the walls, making rotations, placing their utilities, especially Desi's interesting placement of the Melushi's Banshee Trident right from the landing zone. We will see the attackers spawn in right from the fountain. I believe they will get the control of the second floor of Statuary Room and Trophy Room.
Absolutely. They're going to be trying to take that second floor. Horizontal push starting from the bedroom, closet, and bathroom area and going in through there, but they're going to have to face Roni the Simp in a quick minute right now, as the bandit on the roam lurking around in Statuary is about to come under fire. Can he get a kill? Can he get two? The Gemini replicator is actually not going to spot him from the looks of it, but the drone may have. That's Tandon as well, who was on the landing area just a second ago, whose position may have been given away. That's why we saw the replicator be disabled, and that was by Iana herself. Shots are being fired as the bedroom push is about to come in. Nothing too special from them just yet, as Viz is going to go onto his drone. Roni still handling on towards the Fox window entry as that dude is about to come in. Maybe get a kill, maybe not. The shots are about to fire as they should. Daisy is coming for support as the Ash will be spotted, but he will still get that. That dude starts things off very well as Roni goes down. There goes Drish, but here's Daisy to find one. Can he find two? Not quite yet. Sees that Zofia lights her up. Isn't about to take that kill because that dude comes around swinging, finding Daisy as well. Tandon and Dizzy, the last two standing with only a minute 15 remaining. Suddenly, now my Esports looking a lot better ever since that previous game.
Well, with those two players currently holding their respective sides, the attackers on the side of Nomad Esports will now proceed to push towards the particular side, the AVG, as DZ, right from the bar section, will be able to eliminate Ombaswaha as Dream will now proceed pre-firing right from the aviator room. DZ in a very less amount of HP. He will now proceed to hold on from the reading room as Stand on 69 eliminates Dream Dolapur, which will make it in a 2v2 winnable situation on the side of Team Nat. Naman Esport, who had the advantage, that dude will be able to eliminate yet another player, getting himself a triple kill, and a fourth kill comes in from that dude. Nomad Esports will be able to win their first round of attack. Second floor AVG with a look at it in the ACT Fibernet instant replay. The attackers will be able to win their first round with all thanks to the Ash getting a total of 4 kills, eliminating Roni right from the trophy entrance, the Melusi in the landing zone, and the other two players irrespective of their side. One maybe pushing in from the 90s hallway, and the second in the reading room. Well played on the side of that dude. As we proceed to round 2, second floor AVG will be the side yet again on the side of Team Nat. I do have to appreciate DC and DZ putting up quite a fantastic play, making a 2v5 into a 2v2 situation. Although they did had the control of the site, sadly enough they could not stand against the gunpower of the Ash. And as we proceed to round 2, now Esports will be the lead in their first round of attack.
Absolutely, a beautiful push from Nevermind Esports, my dude, knowing exactly where they went wrong against Team Heat in the previous game on Oregon, seeing the fact that Villa, of course, being a kind of different map to what Oregon usually presents you. You want to do those horizontal pushes on second floor, and even when it comes to first floor dining, or dare I say if a team feels brave enough to go to library, you still want to clear out second floor because it's such a vital area, a pivotal place that the attackers need to clear of roamers, of any lurkers, of any late game flanks. Nevermind Esports did well to not only shut down that mid-game sudden turn that Desi, who was playing the Melusi in the previous round, took in towards landing to try and get a surprise kill or two. Not only shutting him down, but shutting down the other two roamers as well, and then making sure that there were no refrags all the way until the end. It was good coordination, good play from Nevermind Esports, and they're gonna have to continue this one against Nat. Although admittedly, unlike Team Heat, Nat has had a bit of a decline in their own play as of recently. In this season, they haven't exactly been the Nat that we've known them to be. Formerly Div 2, currently struggling to stay in Div 3. Not the best look for the defensive team right now, but Nat today might have something to say about this push from Nevermind Esports. 2 minutes remaining on the map as there we go. The horizontal push is going to come in. The C4 comes out as well. That was Drish's probably, and that's a little bit of wasted explosive utility because that did not result in any kills nor damage done to the side of the attackers.
Well, Drish was apparently in the first floor kitchen thinking of going for a run out right from outside the laundry entrance. He just decided, no, it's definitely not worth it. So how about I'll just wait for the attackers to push in from the red stairs. That will be the place where I'll be able to eliminate him. But looks like Drish would like to do the other way as he decides to go for yet another run out. But this time it will be on main entrance in which Ohm is going for a rappel. The run out comes in from Drish. Won't be able to see it. And a quick confirmation comes in from Drish. A huge run out emphasis, and that run out will cost a lot of damage on the side of Nomad Esports as two of the players goes down, but Beam tries to make some amends, eliminating one, but unfortunately he could not, as Roni will be able to go for the instant refrag, making it a 1v4 very difficult situation on the side of Norman Esports. Currently, he's trying to push in right from the second floor master bedrooms. Nat might have a particular information on where exactly the thermite's positioning is, but they'll just stick on to holding their angles for now. Wait for the attackers to push in, and when they see the body of a particular operator, they'll be able to go guns blazing and eliminate him as soon as possible.
All right, now with only one man remaining, there's only so much Viz can do for the side of Nevermind Esports. Maybe get a kill, maybe two. I think he is actually hunting for that, as Dizzy and Daisy are busy in the landing region hunting for him. The Thermite's gonna see one. That's the smoke taken care of. Good shot, but there's Daisy turning around into Stat Store to finish off the Thermite. Very well done from Nat in round 2 of defense. As we'll see in the ACT Fibernet instant replay, they knew that that mid-round drop that Nevermind Esports might attempt again is where they lost in round 1. They adapted, they changed things around, and they managed to get it in their favor, making sure that they tore through the attack all the way down until Viz was the last man standing, who unfortunately could not do a whole lot, as we'll be moving into round 3 after a little bit of a disappointing second round from Nevermind Esports. Right now, looks like we're headed to first floor kitchen and dining hall, not Statutory, which is an interesting turnaround from the side of Nat. You usually see Statutory being picked second after the first round is won on AVG, if that is of course the opening site. But turns out today it is not the case. Nat, they've done this before, tried to switch up the order in which you see the standard site turnaround to throw their opponents off guard. But is it going to work for Nevermind Esports again? They are, at the end of the day, a solo team, and one of the big things about a solo team is that they're a little bit more prone to making quick adaptations, as there's not too much in terms of their coordination that needs to change per se, especially with Nevermind Esports' roster changes that keep happening every now and again. The problems that come with being a solo registration team, of course. But who knows, that might be exactly what gives them this round, as round 3 is going to be underway.
Well, we did see a 6-pick from Beam as he picked the Jackal, just to make sure that he'll be able to at least get some good amount of information on where exactly the Valkyrie's location is, so that he'll be able to eliminate her as soon as possible and make sure that the Ranos, in which did come in right from the previous round in second round, won't happen in this specific round 3. We do see the Ash trying to open up the barricades in the laundry entrance, as the drone works will be able to give some information to the attackers here, as the Iana's Gemini replicator will be able to detect where exactly the Jaeger's location is, although they do need to be careful on the Valkyrie, who is still holding an angle right from the astronomy stairs towards the bathroom. The push comes in, and looks like Daisy will be able to win that gunfight. Easier said than done. Ohm goes down with the IQ being taken away. The Valkyrie Camps' camera will be safe if they will be able to look at it in the if they try to look at it in their naked eyes. Dresh still in the trophy entrance. He just doesn't have a good amount of cover from his teammate, as we did see Dresh falling back towards the side, in which the Jaeger will play the waiting game and wait for the attackers to push in. Maybe in the second close situation, if they do try to arrive, so they'll be able to eliminate it as soon as possible. A C4 being detonated on the side of Goyo, but unfortunately, due to lack of information, he won't get that perfect kill, nor either the confirmation. But for the attackers, they'll be able to get some line of sight right from the second floor. Actually, not from the second, yeah, from the master bedroom, in which he needs to be careful from that particular angle. Well, talking about it, DZ will be able to eliminate moves with the with the line of sight that he made right from the C4s, eliminating yet another player on the side of Nevermind Esports. That would be the Iana being taken out, a total of 2 frag grenades and a Gemini replicator being taken out, as that dude yet again with some heavy aggression, eliminating out a Nat, as a C4 yet again thrown in right from the laundry room. Actually, not from the laundry room, it would be from the kitchen, as the Ash will now proceed to use her breaching charges to make lines of sight right from the angle that he's holding on Viz. He's just holding their backs to make sure that the defender wouldn't try to flank in right from the red main stairs, so they'll be able to eliminate it as soon as possible. We do see Beam from the astronomy stairs. He's just holding it on he's just holding the angle. He's just trying to use his inox scanners to get some much more information toward what exactly the location is. The Ash, very composed of the angle, doesn't see the push right from the red stairs as the AC eliminates the Ash, but Viz will be able to go for an instant reflex. Sad to say for the attackers, they don't have enough amount of time and they need to make a push. Roni, a huge misplay as the Thermite eliminates one more, but they don't have enough amount of time to either go for the plant. As team that on the side of defense will be able to win round 3 first floor dining. As we take a look at it in the ACT Fibernet instant replay, we will now proceed to round 4, where we do see the site will be on second floor trophy room. 1-2 is the scoreline. Nat is in a actually in a 1-round lead against Nomad Esports, in which they won only 1 round of attack in the first round.
Well, it's not too surprising when it comes to Villa that the first round went the way to Nevermind Esports. That was probably Nat testing the waters, feeling it out to see exactly what this attacking team has in store, and then deciding what changes they need to make, what differences they need to take, and how site rotation is going to be selected between their players. Right now, of course, we've got the Iana being 6-picked in by Moose once again, and I like this from Nevermind Esports. Their emphasis on the Gemini replicator of the Iana, that's basically free intel if you really think about it, an unlimited supply of sorts. You know, there's always the limit of the timer of the round, but even then, Iana can give you a lot of intel and a lot more than just 2 drones can, in more ways than one, especially seeing as the replicator makes and behaves exactly like your average standard operator. So that's a lot of intel that Moose is bringing for his team. Nevermind Esports just don't seem to quite be able to capitalize on that, to quite bring out the top plays that we've seen them do before. Their coordination looks a little all over the place, and again, wouldn't really blame them for it. As right now, in round 4, they're going to have to try and win back the rounds that they have lost. Only 1 round for the equalizer, mind you. It wouldn't exactly be too much of an effort for them to equalize, but where the real effort is in taking the lead and maintaining it, going forward into role swap. That's the first goal right now, as Nevermind Esports need to take the lead going into role swap. That'll give them momentum and the defender advantage that Villa brings for all of its players on board.
Well, DZ is thinking of using his SMG-11 to try to contest in a gunfight against the Ash right from the window. Although he will waste a lot of ammo right from the SMG-11, he won't be able to get at least a single man count right from the second floor master bedroom. Right from outside the window of master bedroom. The Ash's breaching charge will be used to try to take out the deployable shield right from the sanctuary room, as DZ still wants to keep the pressure. It is technically quite a risky play that the smoke is doing currently. He would be able to use the smoke gas canisters to make sure that the push wouldn't come in from the attackers, but Drish is in the master bedroom. He needs to be careful on the window. There is a nade being prepped and gets caught from the ADS. Is a total of 2 flashbangs, I believe, in which they're just trying to exhaust the ADSs as soon as possible. Swaha in the bedroom roof, holding the angle right from the bathrooms, where we are about to reach in a 1 minute 14 seconds left on the side of the attackers, and Nat, they are not making any aggressive plays just yet.
Well, right now with a minute remaining for the side of Nevermind Esports, they've still got a lot of utility clear, and Viz is going to start things off by taking down Roni. The Sim, that's a much needed kill for them, as Roni in the late round can be quite the pain to go up against. That's another defender, Drish, going down, and that is another kill closer for Nevermind Esports to take this round. But unfortunately, caught in the barbed wire with the smoke. That's the refrag coming in from the Thermite as well, as bodies are being dropped. It's a 1v3 all down to Tandon. Caught in astronomy. Is he going to find one? No, he's not. Beam slowed down by the Banshee is still going to be able to get that kill, as the body trade right towards the end from Nevermind Esports comes out in their favor, as we'll see in the ACT Fibernet instant replay. In the space of 1 body, 1 kill cam, slow motion, whatever you like to call it, goes through all the bodies from Nat were taken care of. 2-2 is the scoreline, and just like we were saying, the equalizer, much needed in fact, has been taken from the side of the attack, and now the real work comes in taking and maintaining the lead.
Well, second floor AVG will be the side on the side of Team Nat. 2 to 2 is the score line in which the teams have equalized the score count. We do see a six pick from Roni as he decides to switch from the Bandit to the Melusi. And yeah, I guess it's either the Melusi or the Bandit because apparently it was just a loading screen and looks like yeah, it will be Roni going for a six pick from the Bandit towards the Melusi. Having a Banshee deterrent, especially on a map like Villa, is very crucial. And knowing that Mira has been banned and the attackers have a higher chance of getting the control on reading, actually either on the reading room or the study room, as I'd like to call. Technically, the name of the site is called as the study room, not as the reading room, because most of the site in which reading room has been called as is in a particular map. But anyways, I'll just call it as a study room from now on because that's what the game says. So
10 seconds remaining.
when the preface comes to an end, we do see DZ playing as
5
the
seconds
smoke
left.
with the help of his deployable shield. Maybe we might see a deployable shield being placed right at the
Attackers must
90s,
locate and defuse a bomb.
right from the entrance at the games room, in which they'll be able to make a rotation right from the games right from the games room entrance. We do see Daisy going for a spawn peek right from the windows of the landing room. Unfortunately, won't be able to find one. But the Ash on the side of Nomad Esports, that dude, he's been performing extremely well for the past 2 to 3 rounds. He did get a 4K in the first round. He did get two of the important as well as an early kills. Interestingly enough, we do see DZ thinking of going for a spawn peek right from the right from the laundry room window. Unfortunately, he won't be able to find anyone just yet, and he needs to
Bomb
be
located
attentive
by
and
attackers.
careful of the living room window in which the attackers have decided to push in. Drish will be in the trophy room. He's just waiting for the drone to not detect him, and it's just going to be a matter of moment where the drone detects him, and in which he does not, eliminating the Ash, a very important kill, and make that 2 kills. Drish making an important kill there as he eliminates both the Ash as well as the Iana, might prove to be very effective on the side of Team Nat.
Oh, absolutely. Very effective indeed. 2 big kills for Moose and that dude going down. The Jaeger starting things off very strong indeed as Beam has spotted his position in that Fox entryway door, excuse me. The drone that was present there, but Drish, he's moved on. The Thermite's gonna move in towards Astronomy as well. Shots are gonna be fired, but do they know where Drish really is? I don't think so. The fact that he's moved since into Statutory seems to have been missed by the side of Nevermind Esports as they are hunting this Jaeger down, but he's on the hunt as well. Will the prey become the predator? He's gonna find one. That's a one tap onto a droning Thermite to take his triple. What an unfortunate turn of events for Nevermind Esports, being caught out by this one lone roamer on a second floor trophy. And Statutory, he's going to rotate down because he has heard the Goomine go off, but Tandon is quicker to that kill. It's a 1v5, all down to Beam, the last man standing on Fox window. And with about 40 seconds remaining, there's only so much he can do. He's going to find one instead. It's Daisy going down, but more shots are being fired in his direction. We might see smoke grenades come off. Meanwhile, the lifeline is going to come off. As more shots are being fired, there's really only so much he can do faced against so much hostility. And there we go. Drish is going to find the angle to finish it off with the 4K for himself, as Nat will continue their run of winning second floor AVG by taking it the second time here in round 5. We'll see that in the ACT Fibernet instant replay as round 6 is about to begin, the last round before roll swap.
Yes, absolutely, Jack. Round 6 will proceed. We do see a site being picked of first floor dining room. Interestingly enough, that was the same site where Team Nat did originally win on round 3. Without having any problems, of course. We did see we did see Drish and the Jaeger, I believe. Yeah, Drish and Desi, in which they were holding their particular sites. So one holding from the astronomy stairs, and the second in the trophy room to make sure that the angle being placed to hold from the second floor master bedroom entrance wouldn't happen when they decide to push in either from the
Attackers need to
statuary room
locate and
or
defuse
from the
bomb.
toilets, in which they did succeed, not giving them the access towards the second floor. Did force now mind esports to go towards the site where they were easily get caught off, like right from the particular
Bomb
place in which the
located by
defenders were
attackers.
holding on the first floor dining. They win the gunfight, and Nat when that's Nat technically win that third round out in the first floor dining. Although it won't be the same because Nevermind Esports, they might have something, and that something will be the fuse. Now, fuse, the cluster charge in his hand. The only problem is
seconds left.
that he needs control of the master bedroom, in which he'll be able to use
5
his
seconds
cluster
left
charges
before
that would
insertion.
force the defenders to reposition in a different particular place. Although they do need to be
Attackers are
careful
heading
of
out.
the Capcan's EDTs,
Attackers
so that
bomb
they'll be
diffuser
able
has
to
been
push
dropped.
in,
Attackers
eliminating
recover
that
the
explosive material, in which it will be able to at least take a total of 70 HP, I believe. A total of 70 HP on the attackers, in which the
Attackers have
defenders
located a
have a
bomb.
higher chances of winning that gunfight against them. Action phase will proceed. The attackers will spawn towards the fountain, and they say will be in the astronomy stairs yet again.
Right now, with that horizontal push on second floor coming out from the side of Nevermind Esports, they are going to have to be very careful of exactly the Jaeger's position. Hasn't been given away, not quite, but I think it has been. But no, that dude, he misses the shots, and Drish does not. That is a big fall indeed, as the Ash will go down. That's very unfortunate. I know that we were talking about the fuse right there, but more importantly, that dude, who has been one of the more influential players for the team, Nevermind Esports, has been taken off the board very early, and a kill that did not need to go the way of Nat. Trish, he's just been doing this time and time again. The last round, the 4K, this round again. Is there anything that can stop this man? Anything that Nevermind Esports can bring out to turn down the volume of the noise that he is making? Daisy, second floor trophy right now. He's just covering for Drish's push, as he has probably been spotted, mind you. A line of sight is being opened in his direction, but he's going to find one more. Ohm is going to go down. That's a double for him. How did he get away with these? As Dean's going to take some damage. Man, get taken out by Daisy. It's a 2v5. Suddenly the turnaround comes in, and a refrag as well. The Nomad takes one. That is Drish taken care of, but there's still Daisy up on top floor. Can they find him?
Well, looks like it's been the same repeat of what exactly happened on round 3, as Desi goes for a pre-fire red from the statuary wall, and then just decides to just rotate back to the red stairs, and that's exactly the place where he's just going to get those kills as soon as possible. With the attackers having a total of 50 seconds left, they did get the control of second floor master bedroom. They don't have enough amount of man count. You do have moves with the breach charge to give lines of sight from the first floor kitchen as well as the dining room, but they don't have enough amount of information that they might get caught off if the Valkyrie decides to go for either a flank or just get a C4 kill out of nowhere. One C4 will be used, and that would be the Goyo expending one of his utilities, but unfortunately he won't be able to get the man count, but instead would give the life easier for the attackers to get line of sight. Although they don't have enough amount of time left in their hands, Moose will now decide to push aggressively, in which he will lose in a gunfight against the Vector SMG TZ, and then the Wiz late at work and late in time. Tandem 69 will be able to eliminate the final player on the side of Nomad Esports. They'll be able to win first floor dining room. As we take a look at it in the ACT Fibernet instant replay, we will now proceed to round 7 role swap. Nomad Esports will be on defense, and sadly enough, they are not having a good day indeed. Talking about the standings, now, my esports is in the 5th place, winning a total of 2 wins, and apparently they've lost a total of 3 wins, including the previous match that they did go up against Team Heat on map Oregon. A very unfortunate one, because it was the score was around 7-2, in which now man esports only won a total of 2 attack rounds. In round 7, who knows, we might be able to see some some overtime matches being played. I mean, especially on a map like Villa, there is higher amount of chances where the defenders might be able to win it out. So maybe this round might be the time where Nomad Esports make an incredible play here.
most likely, and yet being on the defense doesn't exactly guarantee you wins. A reminder for all of our viewers at home. But before that, let's have a look at the scoreboard. Right in front of us right here, Daisy and Drish for Nat have really been bringing out the play. 7 and 7 each, and Dizzy following up alongside Tandon 4 and 5. But it's not just the kills, mind you, it is also the coordination that Nat has had. Intel being traded constantly by somebody being on the cams, the sound cues, everything that they need, they have at hand, and Nevermind Esports could not, for the life of them, figure out how much of it to shut down to cripple the defenders. On the other side, Nevermind Esports, well, they haven't really had much of a good time so far. Of course, attacking on Villa is a tough proposition, and even taking 2 rounds is a feat in and of itself. Even if, as of recently, we've seen more and more attacker rounds go the way of the attackers, on Villa. But not today, not for Nevermind Esports. We got Drish, interestingly enough, going all the way down from the basement with the track stingers of the gridlock up to red carpet stairs next to the 90 hallway. He's going to find the Banshee, find the default cam. He's going to do a little bit of slowing down. But there's not much he has to worry about if he just cuts off the line of sight and melees that piece of utility. Only to figure out that, wait a minute, there's a castle barricade there. That smoke probably didn't need to get wasted in that situation.
Well, we do see the Ash pushing in right from the trophy entrance, and Drish doing his work by taking out the Malushi's Banshee, and she'll be able to waste a little bit of utilities. 1 smoke grenade, 1 track stingers, and he will just rotate back, maybe in the study room in which he's going to hold an angle from. Moves with a good bullet angle being placed, doesn't see the push from the statuary room in which Gridlock will be able to win that gunfight. Throws a smoke grenade with the track stingers, but that proximity mine will be able to give away a good amount of information, whereas the Gridlock goes down from the Legion's T5 SMG. Wiz, on the other hand, with the MP5, gets the confirmation as he eliminates DZ. Important kills on the side of Team Nevermind Esports as they have the man count advantage. Sees the proximity mine and eliminates it. They see will now be free of not giving information to their teammates, although he does have to reposition his angles here. The statuary room still has the control. The only problem is they don't have the diffuser just yet, and that's exactly where Tandon is. Tandon is currently right outside the second floor master bedroom, in which that dude, aka the Jaeger, is holding in. Looks like he will now proceed to go towards the plant. He's holding the angle. The push is almost about to come in. Tandon 69 will successfully plant the diffuser, making it a 4v2 post-plant situation. Ohm gets 1, Tandon gets another. A good kill coming in from the Jaeger as he eliminates the final player, which leads to Tandon 69 alone. A lone objective, gets 1, making it a 1v2 situation. He needs to hold a total of 20 seconds, in which he will exactly does that. Whips out the pistol, gets a triple kill. He knows the push that's coming right from the Goyo, and he will get it.
Well done.
Wow, Tandon with an impressive 1v3 clutch will be able to give the win. On the side of Team Nat, round 7 goes to them. As we take a look at it in the ACT Fibernet instant replay, we will now proceed to round 8, where the score count is 2-5. And my god, was that a wonderful clutch that I've ever seen. Ace, all by himself, didn't had the AK's bullets, switched to the pistol, and he gets 2 kills with it. 1, it was a confirmation kill, and then at the end, having good amount of information on where exactly the push in which the Goyo was pushing in right from the red stairs. He did get the kill. A wonderful show of display of skill as well as gunplays coming in from Team Nat. They will now need a total of 2 rounds to win. Will it happen, or will we see Nevermind Esports climbing back up to the lead? We'll actually get to find out in the next round. But the site is on second floor trophy yet again.
Well, one thing is to be said right there. That whole clutch could have been shut down by the Jaeger, that dude coming in from bedroom, because for whatever reason, Tandon wasn't actually peeking bedroom door because he was being pushed from the astronomy area as well. He had to make sure that he didn't give his life away to any defenders going for an early peek through there, and that dude had an advantage because Tandon was distracted. Unfortunately, that dude whiffed his shots, and Tandon could whip around, put the high DPS of the AK-12 to his advantage, and get that kill. That was very unfortunate of a
Attackers'
round for
objective is to
Nevermind Esports
locate a
because
bomb and defuse it.
otherwise they had it all in the bag. They had the advantage. They had basically not caught in a choke point, and they had even taken down some of the more influential players in this match, particularly who have, of course, been, a pain for them to deal with. British, meanwhile, going to deal with the Vigil. Not quite. He's going to lose instead. Very unfortunate as Beam, very low on HP, walks away with an early kill and a very, very much needed early kill as well. That is something that Nevermind Esports has been lacking in this entire game, mind you. Early kills to shut down Nat's push, especially on the attack. That last round, that early push from Drish, sure, it didn't really do too much, owing to the fact that there were so many tactics all over the place and Banshees from the Melusi. But even then, had that push been successful from Drish, then we might have seen that round end very differently and very quickly. Indeed.
Attackers have
Proximity
located
alarm
a
is going to
bomb.
get taken out by Dizzy, who was pushing his way along with the Ash through towards the landing to take out the castle barricade that's blocking their entryway once again. But is this going to be the same push from the side of Nat? Something tells me it might be, as we've got one of the Simp arming his lifelines elsewhere. That's going to be a lot of damage to that dude sitting so close to the door. He didn't need to do that, but he didn't know that Dizzy was peeking right on that angle. Who's going to go in with the G8 in hand. Shots are fired. He's a little low on HP. He will go down. The UMP of the castle makes sure of that. It's a 4v3. Once again, Nat on the man disadvantage, but Beam's going to find one more. That's Daisy putting Nat down to even bigger of a disadvantage as the round progresses. Here's the AK-12 from Tandem to find one. That is a kill much needed, but they still have to go through Beam, Ohm, and Viz. Can they do it? They've got 50 seconds remaining.
Well, it's just going to be a matter of time where the attackers decides to push in. Both of them are still in the second floor master bedroom, where Beam is concealed himself near the breached wall. Ronnie will now decide to go for
Attackers'
a
bomb diffuser has been
looking for a
dropped.
drone work, but that push from the Ace won't accept, as Beam gets a triple kill with the K1A SMG. The Legion still holding from the exact same angle in which the attackers decides to push in. The diffuser being downed will be able to give them the information. The push, however, will know that there is pushing in from the astronomy, and Wiz will be able to take care of it. Now, man, Esports will be able to win round 8 second floor trophy with a lot of problems being faced in a total of 3 rounds, especially on round 5 to round 7. Including on first half and second half, they will now win their first round of defense in the second half on round 7 second floor trophy. We are going to proceed to round 9 second floor. AVG will be the side for them, and there may be hope for Nomad Esports that they'll be able to equalize the round out. Although I do have to appreciate Nat, especially the IQ, telling the Ash to use her breach charges to open up the castle armor panel. Although it did dealt a lot of damage, he did get the advantage when it comes to holding that angle in which the castle was playing also very close from that particular place, and the IQ won that gunfight. Although when the IQ decides to push in, try to at least eliminate some of the
Attackers need
players
to
who were
locate
in
and
the
defuse
astronomy room,
bombs.
he could not get the other kill, in which led to be his downfall, because there was a refrag and then Beam. I do have to appreciate Beam a lot, because he did eliminate Drish, who was playing as the Gridlock, a total of 3 track stingers and a total of 2 smoke
Bomb
grenades,
located by
all
attackers.
by himself. Eliminating the Vigil was not a good idea. It would have been better if you just give it to Drish, because he's the he's the Ash. He has a very good weapon, and winning against a gunfight against the Roamer would be a high possibility win for him. So maybe for Team Nat, if they try to
10
change
seconds
a
left
bit
before
of their
insertion.
tactics, hopefully using the supports to mainly focus on
5
concentrating
seconds to
towards
go.
the side, whereas the other fragging operators, that would be Desi and Drish, will be their
Attackers are
main
moving
focus
to
on
defuse the
eliminating
bomb.
the Romans as best as possible, would have been the best pick for them. But we'll actually get to see if they do try to change it out as we proceed to round 9. The site will be on second floor AVG, and let's see on whose cookie will be able to crumble in this round.
Well, right now, we've got some verticality
Bomb
being
located by
established.
attackers.
Standard stuff for second floor AVG coming out from Nevermind Esports as they are still trying their hardest to equalize and take that lead back. They desperately wanted to feel it in the energy that they have right now, but are they going to be able to keep that energy up? Are they going to be able to use Villa to their advantage? Or is Dizzy taking that first kill? Going to start things off with a rush. Oh boy, he's in here. And he is out of here as well. As a couple of kills leads him to his death. And then Beam finds Drish, equalizing the man count. Oh, dear me. Dizzy, he tried. He went in early. He went in swinging. But unfortunately, he didn't quite count on Moose being behind the bar of Gaming Room. And then, not really sure what Drish was busy doing, probably
Attackers
still
have dropped
trying to
the bomb
establish
diffuser.
verticality for himself, which got him killed because
Attackers have
Beam
recovered
was
their diffuser.
roaming around down below. Much needed
attackers' bomb diffuser has
double
been
kill
dropped.
for the side of Nat, but they need to find one more as
Attackers
more bullets are going
recovered
to be
the bomb
traded with the minute 30 mark going forward.
Well, we do see one of the push coming in right from the attack as if they made a decision to get the control of the games room. Wiz still in the vault. Would be better to not go against a gunfight against the Sophia, but Moose might be able to find the head. Yes, he does. Doesn't get the connect just yet. Reloads the SMG. And he is going to reposition himself yet again in that same position. The attackers have good amount of information, but Wiz be able to eliminate the gridlock yet again, making it a 3v2 situation. Dacey's already inside the games room. It's going to be a matter of moments where he eliminates one, gets 2 kills as Dacey gets yet another important kill. A C4 comes in, won't be able to get the connect as he doesn't have good amount of information. Tandon will succeed
Attackers are
his
activating.
plan, making it a post-plan situation as Beam, the only operator left, needs to find 2 players. One in the games room, one in the aviator room. It's going to be a matter when the push comes in. The wall bang will give them the confirmation to Dacey as he'll be the one to eliminate Beam, giving them the win on round 9 second floor AVG. As we look at it in the ACT Fibernet instant replay, Dacey with a total of 3 kills, followed up with DZ, the G8 LMG, getting those 2 kills right from the main stairs, catching Nevermind Esports off guard, and they'll be the one on match point. 3 to 6, the site will be on second floor AVG room yet again, and Nevermind Esports will be prepped and ready for the aggressive plays that you did see from Nat. The only problem is, will you get to see it yet again, is the biggest question.
Well, as we see in the scoreboard, that if our dear Amin could pull up once again, there we go. Dacey and Tandon 10 and 10, as Tandon has come up for his team very well indeed. These last few rounds have gone well for him, while Nevermind Esports on the defense, they've had their shine, their moments of good fortune,
Attackers need
but
to
they have
locate
not
and
been
defuse as many
able to
bombs as they
string
can.
them together, losing back-to-back gunfights and then getting caught in so many unfortunate situations. Take, for instance, Viz in the last round, who was playing Bandit in this round as well. He was sitting in Vault, and he knew that there was a push coming in from the door, the hallway, classical hallway, outside of Gaming Room. He didn't probably hear the Zofia come in, but he heard the kill go off right next to him. Yet he was still busy watching the same angle from where he killed Gridlock not too long ago by the vault door, instead of immediately peeking to try and save the situation. That was exactly what gave the round away to Nat. Those tiny moments of indecision, which in retrospect don't really look too great per se for any defending or attacking team. Those are the moments that each and every round has come down to, for the most part, between these sides. They really have given it their all, but Nat has just proven to be able to make better decisions in clutch moments, alongside, of course, winning their gunfights. Dizzy, he's going to be going up the red carpet stairs. This is an interesting push once again. We saw him rush into sight the last round. He's going to hear the Jaeger. He's going to find him. That's a big one, but he's going to get traded instantly because of the Melusi in 90 Beam. He was more prepared this time for Dizzy's push, and he probably had some form of intel going his way. And that was a much-needed kill to make sure that nothing too untoward happened in his defense.
Well, less amount of intel gave DZ a bit of problems in holding that angle, not knowing that there was a Melusi playing on 90s hallway. He'll be just quickly gets refragged from none other than the Melusi. With already Mancons being taken out, almost make that a 2 as home. Will be able to eliminate the Sledge and also Drish, a very important operator, as he did use one of his frag grenades, but the only problem is he won't be able to use either a sledgehammer or is yet another utility to get those quick success as best as possible. We do see the Valkyrie still holding from the first floor as the C4 comes in from moves. Won't be able to get the connect, which would force the attackers to push in from ABG. Roni's already inside the site, holding the angle, but he doesn't have a good amount of information. That the vault angle from from the bandit will get taken out from the Zofia as the yet another C4 comes in. That this time it will be the Valkyrie getting the confirmation. A good kill from Tandon as he eliminates Beam, which should make it in a 2v2 situation. Smoke comes in from the Ace as he decides to push in. The Melusi's Banshee's deterrent, giving the information on where exactly the Zofia's location is as Muse wins that gunfight, making it a 2v1. Tandon, we did see him make a 1v3 clutch situation. Will it happen this time? No, it does not. Now, man, Esports, thanks to Ohm with a beautiful use of the MPX, will be able to get the win on round 10, second floor ABG as we look at it in the ACT Fibernet instant replay. We will now proceed to round 11, where now, man, Esports are not backing up just yet, and they do need a total of 2 or 3 more rounds. Actually, 2 more rounds to make this match on overtime. Will it happen, or will we see Team Nat win up against them? Let's find out.
Well, given everything, I love the fact that, excuse me right there. I love the fact that just earlier in that round, I had praised Nat for making better decisions in those clutch moments, only for it all to come down to Tandon, who was peeking the correct door, knew that the Valkyrie was right there, heard the pre-fires coming in, and instead of challenging that gunfight, instead of continuing to peek that angle with the advantage that he had, he decided to try and hide in the corner. At least that's what it looked like for that split second. And, well, unfortunately, didn't really go for it. Would have won that gunfight had he done so. The MPX's damage output, it doesn't exactly compare when it comes to the AK-12, but even then, a little bit of indecision is what will take the round. Now, my Esports, in the meanwhile, they are, just like Baba said, 2 runs away from equalizing this match and pushing for overtime. And that is something that we've been denied quite a bit in our previous few match days, hasn't it? It's been a while since I've gotten to go on the Ready to Rumble in overtime, and who knows, maybe this might be the game, maybe it might not. As if history is to be believed, then we're probably either looking at a 7-4-7-5, or again, I don't want to discount Nevermind Esports, overtime could come out as well. Beam down below. Interesting roam from him. He's been doing this time and time again. This time he's got the Kaid lumbering 3 armors down below in basement. He's going to find it, maybe not quite yet, as you've got horizontal pushes coming in all the way from AVG's area.
Well, we do see the Valkyrie providing some cover with the Kaid as he decides to push in right from the basement stairs, as the attackers are 2 from the balcony of study room and 2 in the roof of second floor master bedroom. They will now proceed to gain control room by room. The Dronox will be able to give some good amount of information, saying that there won't be any roam presence, but although not being able to drone the first floor would be able to give the defenders some chance to get that flank worked out for them. Ace's Stelma Breach being thrown, and he goes out right from the statuary entrance as moves with the UMP eliminates Tandon 69. A very important kill and also an early kill that's coming in on the side of Nevermind Esports, but they just opened up the walls. DZ on the other hand with the G8 LMG will be able to eliminate the Valkyrie as she will go down, but although there is a Kaid still holding in from the dining room with the C4 in hand, all he needs is an information, and that information is more than enough to get those kills as best as possible. The breach charge comes in from DZ, opening up the castle panel right from the statuary room, but does he know that there is a push from the red stairs? I guess this is actually look at it. The pre-fire comes in. The vault game comes in from the Zofia, but it's going to be DZ who's going to win that gunfight against him. The G8 LMG proves wonders for him as they will now proceed to push in from the second floor saturated room. A lot of gunfights being traded out as a baiting 9 comes out, but he's just going to lose it to the Jaeger as he proceeds to push in. Wiz will be able to make the last stand, eliminating DZ, making it a 2v3 situation here. Nomad Esports have this under control, but do they though? Moose taking a lot of damage right from the red stairs. The push comes in from the Kali, wins the gunfight against the Jaeger, will be able to get the control from the bathroom side of the second floor, but does he know that there is a push coming in from the Astronomy?
Concussion.
Well, with the Zophia's lifelines going out right towards this trophy room, we've got the plant coming in from Roni already. Can they deny it in time? Does not look like it, but he's going to have to reattempt it suddenly. A 1v2 with the bodies being dropped. Viz, the last man standing, has to go for the C4, but it's too late. Too little too late even, as it's all down to this post plant. And the C4 will go on. It's going to find one. No, it will not. There's more than enough cover for Desi, who manages to get away from sight in the nick of time. And now, with less than 30 seconds remaining, it's all down to the Malusi MP5 in hand. With the Kali watching the long cross, it does not matter, because this is there inside his sight to finish it off for his team, and that will prove to be the superior team in this confrontation, ladies and gentlemen, as they will be the ones to take this match and continue to get more and more rounds in their favor. And just as usual, the end game jokes go off in the all chat, but of course that is a discussion for another day, as the match has just concluded, and it is a Nat, ladies and gentlemen, who have won the game 7-4. Unfortunately, Nevermind Esports, well, didn't quite have a good day today. Both losses on both on-stream matches, for that matter, as they will have to try and make amends for tomorrow when we come back with Division 3, Day 6, the last day of Division 3 and the last chance that Nevermind Esports gets to get themselves back into a favorable position to at least stay in Division 3. Not in the meanwhile is looking strong, ladies and gentlemen. Who knows? At the end of it all, they might even get promoted. They've looked pretty good this season, all things considered, but we're not quite done with this game just yet. Of course, we'll be going into Relive the Moment to take a look at some of the highlights of the match that we just had, which is live on your screens right now. And just off the top of my head, thinking about the match that we had, Nevermind Esports really, they tried. They definitely gave it a much better showing than what they did against Team Heat, but even then, it just wasn't their day. Whenever those crucial turnaround moments came in, they started making some poor decisions, some indecisions even, and they just couldn't seem to decide how to get in, how to make the execute happen, where they kept getting caught out back-to-back rounds. Nat was more than punishing today, as we can see from the next two rounds, second floor AVG and first floor dining in rounds 2 and 3. It really was just a bloodbath as Nat kept taking the attackers down. The push from that dude, this is one of those instances where not making that push would probably have been a good idea. Waiting for the confirmation to come in, holding the flank, stuff like that is what you need to do when you're going up against a team like Nat, who are experienced, who have done this many a time before, even in a higher division, who have just been having a little bit of a slump recently in terms of their performance. And that is something that Nevermind Esports will have to look at, because they have had their own slump versus what they did back in Season 1, of course. Again, I mentioned that they couldn't quite string them together into those patches of, good showing, good performance. However, even then, even in those moments where they did good, they were able to take rounds. Again, it just wasn't quite there for them. And I really, really do hope that they can stop things like this from happening. For instance, Thrish, how does he get away with just running around in second floor, absolutely shutting down the attackers with no care in the world? He did that back-to-back rounds, mind you, giving the defenders Nat just that much more room to work with.
In the first half, when Nat was on defense, we did see them lost a total of 2 attack rounds, which was on second floor AVG and second floor trophy, and that was exactly from the Ash, that dude who did get 4K in the first round, and then in the second he did get a total of 3 kills. A wonderful performance from him, although he didn't get this exact kill from the first half. We did get to see an amazing clutch being displayed from Tandem69, who was playing as the ace in round 7 second floor trophy. Most of the rounds we did see from Team Nat were won mostly from post plan situation. Yes, there were some rounds where they did win, where they eliminated the entire team, but the amount of the higher chances for Nat to win on some of the specific rounds was at the post plan situations. Although I do have to appreciate the wonderful hold that Nomad Esports did it, especially the Melusi in the previous round, taking those 2 to 3 kills. Although there were multiple amounts of rounds where Team Nomad Esports lost the entire control of the site, in which the roamers were the only operators left. They were just holding from either from below the site, or they were technically playing below the side to go for a C4 play. The only problem is they did not have good amount of information to relay on towards his teammate, so that they'll be able to get those kills as soon as possible. Moose, this was an amazing SMG-11 kill, knowing that the Melusi's passive deterrent was taken out and the Sophia is still holding on from that 90 angle. He was forced to make an aggressive play in which he did it out. And Nomad Esports, especially the Ohm, who was playing as the Valkyrie on round 10, did get those important kills, a total of 2 to 3 kills, and could not be able to do it in the next 2 to 3 rounds, where the attackers kept pressuring the team, kept pressuring the team. Although DZ was picked out in the early amount of round, they couldn't work out well, and in the end Nat did win it out in a total of I would say a total of 3 attack rounds: second floor trophy, second floor AVG, and yet again on second floor trophy. Although we did not see Nauman Esports defending on the first floor dining room, but all in all, we did get to see some amazing performance being displayed from both the teams. And also, Naman Esports, they are in a very bad position, to be honest. According to the standing wise, they are currently in the 5th place, where they, if I do want to add a total of round in which they lost, in which in today one was against Naman Esports, one was against Nat on map Villa, and then second against Team Heat on map Oregon. They've lost a total of two matches, which would be them in a very difficult spot. And also, currently in the danger zone, because they were in 5th position, and now since Sage Empire, they need at least a total of 2 to 3 wins, so that they'll be able to get at least stay in the division, so that they are not being able to they are not at least forced to go to the qualifier space. Speaking of the qualifier space, season 3 registrations are live, and if you do want to join in on the action, just make sure to head on to the esports club. Make sure to register. If you are solos, you don't have to worry about it. There is solos registration as well as the squad registrations, and hopefully we'll be able to see you not only on the qualifier space but also in division 3. So a very interesting match. I did get to see a total of 2 matches on division 3, 7-4 and 7-2, one on map Oregon, one on map Villa, and quite an exciting match to be talking about here, Jack.
Oh, absolutely. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, even with all of that being said, we're not quite done tonight, as there is one final and very exciting game to go. That is Statics Gaming versus Team Heat, which the map bans have also been taken care of, and it is going to be on the map of Cafe Dostoevsky. 3 matches, 3 different maps, and we're going to have a pretty interesting final game coming up on our screens in a quick moment. We'll be right back from this break. Stay tuned. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the WD BLACK Esports Club Pro League for Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft and in association with ACT Fibernet and AFK Gaming. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Babagusta, and our admin, Eisen, as we are here for the final game of the night, Team Heat versus Statics Gaming, which will be going live on your screens right here, right now, in the ban phase on the map of Cafe Dostoyevsky with the Thatcher ban to start things off. Not really too surprising per se, as, you know, Thatcher bans, they happen a dime a dozen, but more importantly, Statics Gaming, they're playing their first on-stream match of the night, but not Team Heat, who have played earlier, and they played against Nevermind Esports on Oregon, winning that game 7-2. Great performance from Heat, but can they keep it going with the Montaigne ban coming in second ban of the map? They will have the chance to ban the first defender, being on attack themselves, and it should be a pretty interesting game coming on your screens right now.
Well, talking about the first ban phase on the side of attack, Thatcher and Montaigne will be the one not being able to play on map Cafe Dostoyevsky, which would give the Nomad still being available, and also Gridlock to make sure that the runouts on the side of defense wouldn't happen. Followed up with the Mira ban coming in from Team Heat. I mean, she's also quite a standard ban when it comes to on the defense, same as the Thatcher on the side of attack. And then we do see a Valkyrie ban coming in at the end of ban phase. Thatcher, Montaigne, Mira, and Valkyrie will be the ones to be banned on map Cafe Dostoyevsky. As we take a look at it in the rosters, on the side of Team Heat, we have Amst, Night Soul, Eagle Eye, Cypher, and Oxidane. And on the side of Statics Gaming, we have Royce, Lame Jokes, Prince, Unknown Gamer, and Super Phantom. As the first side is going to be on third floor bar, and I am already excited to see an Oryx being picked, unless and until there's going to be a six pick. Never mind, there won't be a six pick. Then that means the Oh Yeah operator will be in effect.
Oh, absolutely. We're going to be looking forward to that one, ladies and gentlemen. The Melusi, in the meanwhile, will be brought in outside of the Legion and changing out the Blackbeard for the
Attackers need to
Sophia
locate and defuse
from
as
the
many
side
bombs
of
as
the
they can.
attack. Interestingly enough, both sides are not playing with one of their mainstays, shall we say, because Statics Gaming, they do not have Super Kunto in the lobby today. Instead, they're playing with Prince and Phantom, who seems to have had a bit of a name upgrade since the last time we saw him. On the other hand, of course, for the side of Team Heat, very clearly we can see Lord Bane will not be joining us today, as Oxidane has taken his place. This is going to be a very interesting match, ladies and gentlemen, as this is one of those very, very, very rare circumstances where we're not going to see one of Team Heat's and one of the most formidable players in the league. Just in general, like, you can look at Lord Bane's journey over the course of this league and you can see that he is a very formidable player to go up against, and without him, it'll be interesting to see how Team Heat fares in today's match.
Well, starting off with the Repel game coming in from Team Heat, as they will get the control of the hatches using the soft breaches, of course. Either the Sledge's Hammer or the Ash's Breach Charges will be able to take it out. For maybe there might be some two players in the rappelling in right from the windows of Piano Room to try to take out that Deployment. That's going to be Eagle Eye with a total of 4 projectiles, 2 impact, 2 concussives, and he is on a mission to take out the utilities being present on the Piano Room. We do see one Maestro's Evil Eye Cam being placed right from the Piano Room. It's been hidden, in which the attackers won't be able to find out as best as possible. You do see a crouched, actually a walled rotation right from the freezer towards the bottom. Quite standard. It's not that complicated enough. The only problem for the attackers is to get the control on Piano, in which it is heavily guarded and also have some good amount of covers on the other. The Dronos will be able to spot out the number of utilities, followed up with a operator being hauled right from the stairs, and the Dronos will be able to detect the number of utilities being present here. Flashbangs throwing in position, making sure that they'll be able to at least exhaust the ADS or try to take out the Vamai's magnet nades. But unfortunately, the ADS will still stay intact, and Royce with the Shaiko position holding from the cigar launch. Talking about the first kill is going to be Super Phantom eliminating the sledge. Oxidane won't be available in the first round as he goes down in the mid match.
Well, that was a very unfortunate drop indeed. Oxidane going down early. The sledge being taken care of. But will there be a second kill playing vertical? Eagle Eye, he's seen the position being held as Prince is going to find Night Soul in the meanwhile, making it a 3 versus 5. 2 attackers have gone down. Summer breaches are going off, and the Melusi will go down as well. Finally, Eagle Eye confirming onto Lane Jokes. A much needed kill, but there's AMST to fall from the hands of Royce. The T5 comes out, and Statics Gaming establishing early dominance for themselves in the mid-round. Not afraid to peek, not afraid to take bodies, but playing from positions of power. He's going to find another one. Not quite yet. Eagle Eye will survive that encounter, but Royce will not. Cypher will take that kill as the Ash starts things off, potentially speaking, in the late game. 2v3, but they have to get the plant off. They just got the diffuser back in their hold as Prince, he's going to be taken out. Beautiful pre-fire from Eagle Eye. He's going to find another one. Not quite yet. The plant has to go off, and it still hasn't. The Wamai's going to come in. Unknown Gamer is going to find one, and Statics are going to be the ones to take the round. Cypher came around, took a kill, but unfortunately, with the diffuser being dropped and the Wamai, the Maestro, being in a powerful position where he couldn't be killed, as we'll see in the ACT Fibernet instant replay, the round went the way of Statics Gaming. Late round shakiness being handled well enough from the defending team. That's the first round. They need to win a few more, shall we say. But will Team Heat allow that to happen? We're about to find out on First Floor Kitchen Service and Kitchen Cooking.
Well, most of the time on the first round, you might see a Legion, either a Legion or a Valkyrie being picked, although Valkyrie has been banned on the side from Statics Gaming nonetheless, I believe. Picking up the Oryx was mainly the reason to make lines of sight by opening up the bar's desk, in which it's situated in the third floor bar, to make a good amount of lines of sight so that it will be way much more quicker, and also less amount of magazines would be required. It doesn't require any utilities for like the impact needs or a shotgun shells to take it out. All you just need is the Rima dash ability to make his work, and it eventually did work out well, giving angles and also giving them the win on the first round, third floor bar. We will now proceed to first floor kitchen, where Statics Gaming is going to hold on the first floor. We do see some nice setups being made and also a deployable shield. So we are going to be seeing a hard anchor site on the side of Bakery, in which Unknown Gamer will be holding, maybe particularly either on the courtroom or the red stairs, whereas the Wamai will be holding that specific spot in the small bakery, in which he placed a deployable shield with a bit of his magnet needs to make sure that any utilities being thrown from the attackers wouldn't destroy the deployable shield as best as possible. With the attackers apparently rappelling in right from the stair, right from on the top, I believe this is going to be a clear side, technically a clear roam strategy on the side of Team Heat, clearing out the third floor, second floor, making sure that there won't be any roamers being played on the side of Statics Gaming, particularly in the late rounds. That's where Statics Gaming's opportunity comes into play. So Team Heat droning out on the third floor, they'll be able to detect the alibi, but not from the wide stairs. An unfortunate kill, and also a good kill coming in from the alibi. The MX4 Storm making the kill as the hard breacher is down.
Well, that's a pretty good peek and a pretty good kill indeed. Lame Jokes taking things into his own hands as he is going to be, at least for the time being, in a bit of a power play position. Unknown Gamer's taking some damage in the meanwhile, playing white corridor. He's going to go down, whiffing his shots as more shots are being fired, and Lame Jokes will be refragged onto. That's Eagle Eye to take that kill. Much needed double drop from Statics Gaming, as Team Heat will wither away at their defenses ever so slightly. They still have to go through Phantom, Prince, and Royce, mind you, and that is something that Statics are more than aware of. They know that they still have the manpower to make the play happen, to make this round their own. It's just a matter of how far can Team Heat take it, or are they going to be allowed to go much farther from here at all, is the real question. We've got 50 seconds remaining on the map as verticality is being opened up, but that's not going to lead to any kills, not just yet, not unless Prince has anything to say about it.
Well, 40 seconds left for the attackers as they will now proceed to use their hard breach, actually the soft breaching capabilities, to make lines of sight right from the train museum, which would force Statics Gaming to be in a very difficult positionings in which the attackers now has a chance to eliminate them as fast as possible. With them completing enough amount of soft breaching capabilities, opening up lines of sight, they will now proceed to get the control on Bakery, in which Super Phantom is holding on. They'll be able to get tagged in a lot of damage. The push comes in from the Sedge, claiming the life of the Womai. They'll be able to get the control on Bakery, making it a 3v1 situation. They have 5 seconds left. They need to go for the plant. Prince is still holding with the MP5, deals a lot of damage to the Ash, but somehow she is still survive, and now she's going to go for the plant. She still needs a total of 2 seconds, and that 2 seconds is more than enough for Oxidane to get the kill towards Prince, as they will be the one to win round 2. First floor kitchen, a very impressive attack coordination coming in from the side of Team Heat, getting the control of the third floor, eliminating both the Alibi as well as the Jaeger, and then they proceeded to use their soft breaching capabilities to make lines of sight from second floor training museum as well as the fireplace halls, which did force the defenders to be in a very difficult positioning. And then Oxidane pushing right from the small bakery very aggressively to claim the life of the Womai, which led to Cypher being in a total of just 2 HP. 1 bullet from the Melusi's MP5 was more than enough for the defenders to win on first floor kitchen, but thankfully Cypher being able to make it out alive, going for the plant, which did extend the time for the attackers, giving them the win on round 2 first floor kitchen. They'll be able to equalize their round against them. Round 3 will be the same side yet again, and let's see if Statics Gaming have got what it takes.
Well, the way this is going, Statics Gaming's defense seemed to be hinging, at least in that last round, onto that double roam of Unknown Gamer and Lane Jokes. But the unfortunate issue that they had there was nobody was really emphasizing up the wide corridor, playing around bathroom, trying to waste the time of the attackers, and that gave Team Heat plenty of room to work with, to play around and get control of Piano, get control of the corridor, and after that it was just flashbangs galore as Lane Jokes was flashed. Unfortunately, that caused him to lose line of sight onto what would have otherwise been cover for Unknown Gamer. That little bit of covering fire being lost is exactly what Team Heat used for that double kill, and after that it was basically rolling with the tide, as they say. And getting those kills was never a question, it was just how quickly they could get it. Mind you, we almost had a big clutch coming in from the Melusi in that round. Just couldn't get the kill onto Cypher. That was what was really needed right there. All he needed to do was keep spraying, find the kill onto Cypher, and quickly bail out to find cover and force the attackers to make the decision to go for the plant or to try and get the kill. Wasn't there for him, however, and that's why we saw that round go the way it did.
Well, again, it will be the same strategy in which Statics Games are doing on. The only problem is the Jackal will be able to scan one of the players on the side of Statics Game. That will be Unknown Gamer, already tagged in a lot of HP, and he's finally going to go down by none other than Oxidane, who was holding the angle right from the cocktail launcher. Oxidane will now proceed to use his sledgehammers to open up the breaching hammer to open up the hatch on the luggage, and now he will proceed to go towards the second floor, in which he'll be able to make lines of sight. Royce will be able to deal a lot of will be able to challenge a bit, but looks like Cypher on the other hand will be going for an instant trade, as Lame Joke and both the Ash is gonna go down. Although the man count on the side of Team Heat is still on their side, making it 4-3. And now Oxidane will now proceed to make lines of sight, which should force the defenders to move on to a particular position, but not at the courtroom in which Melusi is holding on to. If Melusi get at least 1 or 2 kills right from that specific spot, she'll be able to hold on the site nonetheless.
Well, looks like a double drop has happened yet again for the side of Statics Gaming. Is this going to be a similar situation to what they had in the last round with verticality being established by Oxidane? Turns out Team Heat really knows what they're doing. Statics a little bit all over the place, but there's still time. There's still room to work with. We got a peek coming out from Prince, nearly finding the head of the Jackal. Eagle Eye will still managed to survive that. He's actually going to go in and he's going to find the Malusi. Big move right there as Prince falls, and there goes another. The Wamai drops. It's all down to Kaid. Royce in a 1v4. He's going to go down. Eagle Eye make sure of that as Team Heat is really turning it up. We're going to see that in the ACT Fibernet instant replay. What a play and a half from this attacking team, coordinating pretty well, all things considered, and Statics not really looking like they're at their best, not in the slightest, as these 2 rounds on First Floor Kitchen have left a lot of questions in, I'm pretty sure, all of our viewers' heads, just as much as it's left a lot of question in my head as to why Statics looks a little bit out of it tonight.
I mean, to be honest, Jack, talking about the first round itself, we did see Team Heat in a very close round win. Although they did not expect the freezer push as well as the third floor bar push, in which they made a coordinated angle being hold. One that I believe one was the Maestro and the second was the Wamai, in which he was holding from the piano room, knowing that the third floor bar was compromised. He decides to fall back in a particular position. Although the Zofia had the upper hand winning in a gunfight, the Maestro's Alda was the one who did claim the life of the Zofia, in which Wamai still survived on the side of Freezer, and then they win it out on that first round. There might be some particular changes on round 4, who knows, and especially that I was talking about in the second round, where the reason why you picked the Oryx is to make open holes right from the third floor bar, especially on the desk on the default site, in which most of the time you do see the attackers planting on, which one of them would be near the cigar hatch and the one near the freezer entrance, in which most of the plant goes through, and hopefully we might be able to see some angles being made on the side of Team Statics Gaming. Action phase will proceed. We do see the side of the attackers being spawned on the west side of the particular building, and Cypher yet again with the Ash. He did get at least a total of 1, 2, 3 kills on his position. At least getting those early kills did give Static Gaming a lot of problems, especially on the side of piano room. But since it's going to be the same hold that has been made on the side of Statics Gaming, one Maestro TV like cam, maybe 2 ADS is being placed right from the deployable shield, we might be able to see some great plays coming in on the side of Team Heat. Talking about Nomad, we do see 2 of the air jabs, one right from the windows of the train museum as well as the red stairs, and the second from the red stairs itself to provide some ground cover on the side of attack.
Well, as the summer breaches go off on the red stairs landing towards piano, that's going to be a big push coming in from Team Heat any second now. They're just waiting on a little bit of a clear, as Cypher is going to start things off by finding Phantom. Big drop indeed, as Unknown Gamer. Turns out he could not find that summer breach and finish it off before the hard breach happened. A little unfortunate, as Statics Gaming really does not seem to have their foot in the right place, if you will. Their foothold doesn't seem to be quite there yet in this game, as they have been caught back-to-back rounds in unfortunate situations, as we are going to see more lifelines go out, but that's going to be caught by the My Magnet with 1:10 remaining. Team Heat very close to sight, all 5 remaining alive, as Statics looks really worse for wear right now.
Well, Oxidane having a lot of problems trying to destroy the Melusi's Banshee's deterrent, will be able to finally take it out. And the Team Heat that's slowly progressing towards this side, followed up with the kill from Oxidane as he eliminates Royce. Lamejog still in the freezer, but Eagle Eye still keeps it running, eliminating yet another one from Eagle Eye as he eliminates 2 of the players on the side. And then in the end, the Maestro, who was checking at the drone, Night Soul will be there to push in, eliminate the final player on the side of Statics Gaming, and gives Team Heat yet another win on round 4, third floor bar. And also, as we take a look at it in the ACT Fibernet instant replay, what a good push coming in from Team Heat, eliminating the Wamai right off the bat. did actually give them the control towards on the piano room, and all they have to do is to just wait for the attackers to be in a particular place. We did see two players pushing in from white stairs, two pushing in from the cigar room, in which they did go out for a coordinated attack, and they executed flawlessly. We didn't see any problems which it did come in on the side of Team Heat. Although for Statics Gaming, they are having a lot of problems dealing in numerous amount of rounds, especially on round
Locate
2
and
to
defuse
4, where
bomb.
they did not, however, succeeded defeating, successfully defending on first floor kitchen, and also on the first round third floor bar. As I did mentioned it in the previous round, they won it out on a very close round, almost in a 1v0 situation, where Maestro was the one who actually did win in a gunfight. Fortunately, I do have to agree on what Jack said. Statics Gaming does kind of feel a bit off, especially how Prince was still looking at the drone, knowing that he was the only operator left, and not being able to switch back
10
up to the
seconds to
Alda
insertion.
makes me want to, have some concerns for their team. They're just having a
5
lot of
seconds to
problems, not only
insertion.
just making into a gunfight, but also some of the decision making that
Attackers must
been made on the
locate
side
and
of
defuse
defense
the
needs
bomb.
to be fixed up.
Oh, absolutely. Right now, Team Heat has just been performing pretty well, all things considered. Even without Lord Bane, turns out they don't really have, excuse me, are not really having much of an issue. I am not sure how we can produce that sound, ladies and gentlemen. But the point of the matter here, yes, thank you, our dear admin, doing a recreation.
Yes.
Well then, pretty sure I'm gonna be. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna send that clip to HBO later on. Maybe
Oh, no.
maybe get Baba an auditioning for any future Lord of the Rings movies. But of course, all jokes aside, 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. As the point that we were trying to make here is statics. Yeah, they really just have not looked good, and I say that in the terms of the fact that the kinds of peaks they've been making, the kinds of plays they've been doing, their positioning, their gunfights, it's all dropped a lot today. And I'm not really sure why. Just like Baba said, it's a little concerning, and I really hope they can get their act back together. But then again, when you really look at it, Statics Gaming has been a team that has, for the longest time, struggled to even get into the division stages, and even after getting into the division stages, they haven't exactly done too well per se in a season 2. But maybe they might not get relegated if they just perform well going out of this round tonight. But right now, the way it's going, doesn't look like that's about to be the case. We've got Cypher down below, waiting for a bit of a push to happen. Same with AMST. Ooh, this is gonna come close. This round will come very close.
Yeah, well, talking about AMS getting tagged quite a lot from the Maestro's EV-like cams, he'll finally be able to eliminate the drone. Actually, it does not. It's still present on the piano room, which should give a lot of problems to the sledge, as he is in a total of 25 HP, and the attackers have a total of 50 seconds. Statics Gaming, they've been holding the side extremely well, especially on the side of piano room, dumping a lot of utilities right from the piano that would give Statics Game a lot of opportunities, but not at gunfights though, as the Ace will be able to win the gunfight yet again against Super Phantom, getting control of the piano room. Although they don't have enough amount of time, but they are getting good amount of kills, especially from Night Soul, who is holding right from the skylight to be able to eliminate one. Make that two, as the sledge eliminates the castle, but an instant refrag comes in from the Jaeger, as he's holding from the cocktail lounge. All that within said, Oxidane will successfully plant the diffuser, making it a post-plant situation, but the kills does come in, and so does the Ash, pushing in from the cocktail lounge, eliminating the final player on the side of Statics Gaming, will be able to give them the win yet again on the side of Team Heat. And also, as we take a look at it in the ACT Fibernet instant replay, we will now proceed to round 6, the final first half on the side of Team Statics Gaming, where they will be the one defending their last defense, and looks like they are going to be holding on third floor bar. Actually, no, it's not. It's going to be on first floor kitchen service, since they did lose third floor bar two times in a row. That was on round 4 and round 5. Picking the same side yet again would not be a good idea for them, so it's either best to at least pick on first floor kitchen, or maybe second floor reading room would also be a good idea for them. The only problem is they should not give the access of the third floor third floor bar to the side of the attackers, or else they'll be able to get the control. So since Statics Gaming are not that quite are not confident enough
Attackers need to
to
locate
get
and defuse
to
as many
maybe
bombs as
hold
they
on second
can.
floor reading room, they just decided, you know what, we are not winning a lot of gunfights, although our utility games are working out especially well, especially on piano room. Maybe going for a first floor kitchen would be a best idea,
Attackers
using
discovered
the
the
same
location of a
tactic.
bomb.
Instead of using the Vermeised deployable shield from the piano, they're just going to use it on the bakery. The only thing that they do need to be expecting is the heavy aggressive push in which Team Heat has been doing, especially Oxidane, I believe, who was playing as the Sledge at that time. A very good aggressive pushes on the third team Heat, eliminating important players, especially
seconds
on
to
the
go.
on the late rounds, giving them the opportunity to plant on the site is
seconds to
working
go.
very well on their favor. The only thing that I have to say it for Statics Gaming is that if they halt out the
Attackers'
progression
objective is
in
to
the late
defuse a bomb.
rounds, having good amount of
Drop the diffuser.
informations,
Attackers
maybe
will
they'll be
cover
able
the
to
bomb.
salvage at least this one defending round, so they'll be able to make it 4-2, so that in the second half, when they are on attack, they'll be able to do something about it.
Well, right now the momentum is very heavily in Team Heat's favor, ladies and gentlemen. Statics Gaming, yeah, just like we've been pointing out this whole time, not really looking too great. Phantom with an interesting area to be bandit walled. That is the prep room wall facing Big Bakery's entry door. I assume Lane Jokes is already there with his shield and the magnets ready and waiting for the play to come in from the attackers. There you go. You can see him scurrying about behind the counter, of course, along with Royce just behind to make sure that if anybody gets into prep room, they get taken out as well. However, Team Heat, they've got a lot of momentum riding their way right now, and they've got a lot to gain from winning this. The more rounds they take, the more quickly they finish this match, the larger their round differential score will be in terms of the positive side of things, and the more chances they'll have of potentially getting promoted to Division 2. At the end of the day, it's not just about the SSDs of the MVP standings, ladies and gentlemen. It's also about getting into a better position for yourself and your team and getting that promotion. Team Heat looks really hungry for it right now, as verticality has been given away to them. Statics Gaming being a turtle hole from the looks of it, inside of sight.
Well, with the Ace successfully opening up the hatches of the freezer, they will now proceed to open up the freezer wall, I believe. Actually, most of the time you don't see freezer wall being opened, so most like the attackers will mainly focus on getting the control of the site as best as possible. Smoke being thrown from the Jackal to block the access from the freezer entrance, and the Ash she'll be able to use some of her the bleaching charges to make lines of sight right from the trade museum towards the kitchen service and hopefully eliminate one of the players. But it's going to be exactly the opposite. Unknown Gamer eliminating one, followed up with Lame Jokes eliminating Amp. So 2 players down. This might be a good lead for Statics Gaming to hopefully get their mojo back, but is it going to be denied is the biggest question here. Jackal getting one and Night Soul getting yet another, making it a 3v3 situation and the late game. 26 seconds left for the attackers as they'll be opening up the freezer wall, followed up with yet another man count being decreased, and that's going to be Eagle Eye getting the double kill with the C7 assault rifle. Unknown Gamer needs to be careful with the pushes coming in right from the freezer and also from the bakery. Prince trying to contest, will be able to get one more, but he's just going to get refragged yet again, making the 1v1. Unknown Gamer with the triple kill, and it's going to be Unknown Gamer yet again, getting 4 kills in his name. Statics Gaming will be able to hold their ground in the first floor kitchen as we look at it in the ACT Fibernet instant replay. Man, that was an amazing hold on the side of Statics Gaming, especially Unknown Gamer getting those 4 important kills in the late rounds, and they'll be able to get their win, making it 4-2 in the first half as we proceed to round 7 role swap, where Statics Gaming will be the one on the side of attack. And we'll see. We'll see what kind of plays that we do get to see from both the teams. Eagle Eye with a total of 12 kills, an impressive plays on the side of attack, and also a good clutch from the Jaeger.
Oh, absolutely. Unknown Gamer bringing it back. That's what we've learned to expect from him when it comes to the plays that you see that man make in any map, anywhere
Defenders,
in
protect your bombs
competitive
from being
siege
defused by
in our
attackers.
little region of South Asia, ladies and gentlemen. But right now, we're on the other side of the ransom and roll swap. And just like Baba said, Status Gaming have
Bomb
managed to
located
take
by attacker.
that round 6, going 4-2 into the other side. And they have a chance to put a full stop to Team Heat's momentum, bring things around, and give themselves a real converter into a match win. But looks like, oh dear me, that's a little unfortunate.
10 seconds left.
As oh boy, you hate to see it, ladies and gentlemen.
5 seconds
As Team Heat decided to go for
Attackers
a
are moving to defuse
rehost.
the bomb.
But because they took so long to get into the lobby in the first place, well past the lobby timer, mind you, they had to have been given a penalty, and that is no rehost being allowed. That is a little unfortunate, and then you have the double team kill coming in for AMST and Oxidane from Eagle Eye, who simply assumed that the rehost would be given without confirming it once with the admins. That was a little bit too quick to action right there, Eagle Eye. That's not going to look too good on Team Heat's record as Statics Gaming. Ooh, however, Eagle is going to find one. He's going to go for the jump out, get taken out by Unknown Gamer. It's a 1v4, all down to Cypher. Last man standing, waiting on display. Royce is going to tag him up quite a bit, and the grenade's going to go out, but it doesn't matter as Cypher's going to trade with Unknown Gamer to finish it off. Statics Gaming will take round 7 after, shall we say, a comedy of errors from the side of Team Heat, as that is going to be Statics taking round 7, putting themselves one round closer to the equalizer. And I know I completely took over that round, Baba, but there really was no chance for me to hand it off to you there. I'm pretty sure you noticed just as much as I did. But anyway, back to the point. Third floor bar, the side of the defense, that is 4-3 in favor of Team Heat.
Well, you could kind of technically say it as an example of what exactly happens when you try to celebrate early. But
Oh, absolutely.
this is the only problem is,
Attackers
Team
need to
Heat
locate
weren't
and defuse the
celebrating
bomb.
early. They were just asking for a rehost, and then they assumed that it was a rehost, that they decided to go for an accident. Yeah, I mean, it happens. It happens, Sometimes, mistakes were made. You can't, go back.
Attackers
I mean,
located a bomb.
time
It
machine is
was-
just, yeah.
It was a little premature.
Yeah. I mean, all right, but for now, I hope so. Team Heat will be able to get their teammate back, hopefully
located
sooner
by
or
attacker.
later. But since, yeah, talking about it, they did appear late, in which they do not have a rehost, in which there will be in
5
a
seconds
very
to
difficult
insertion.
4v5 situation for them. So for Team Heat, all they have to do is at least get at least a higher possibility of getting an early kill, so that they'll be able to equalize the man count, making it 4-4, so that they'll be able to contest against Status Gaming as best as possible. But for now, Status Gaming will be the one who's going to be having the upper hand, knowing that they just made it from 4-3, and they are 1 round away to equalize the round against them. Since that they are on defense, the site is on third floor bar, they'll definitely make sure that they won't be able to make the mistakes yet again. Although that rotation being made from the defenders, it is going to be very difficult, but let's see what's going to happen here as the attackers will decide to repel and use their utilities and tries to take out the deployment sheet as fast as possible.
Well, with the push coming in already from Status Gaming, it's a quick push attempted at the very least onto that piano room area. And Team Heat, they're going to have to try and make amends for that very appalling last round that they had just now. And that's going to start by taking these kills as they come. They have to wait and force Statics to make a mistake. They cannot afford to go out early. But will the Jaeger be found? Not quite. Royce has the angle. He has the look. But unfortunately, Eagle Eye will not be shook. That's a good play from him to get out of piano, to get back into cover. And AMS in the meanwhile is going to get taken out by Lane Jokes. Big drop indeed, as that's the first kill. It's a 3v5, excuse me, right there. Team Heat, they are staring down the barrel.
Well, with the smoke still being alive and also the ADS is still being present on the side of piano, they'll at least be able to hold the piano. But only time will tell when the execution phase on the side of Status Game will proceed. And looks like it will kind of happen on the side of the defender side though. Eagle Eye eliminating lame jokes, I believe, right from the Shaiko spot of the third floor bar. And quite surprisingly enough, the attacker doesn't have the control of piano room, but they do have the control on the cigar lounge as they will proceed to hold an angle from third floor. As they just proceed to push in towards the site. Jaeger, he's been tagged a lot of damage, and so does Oxydane right from the freezers, I believe. Eliminating one as Unknown Gamers gets another, which leads to Cypher in this specific side of A. He needs to hold it all by himself. He'll be able to eliminate one with a beautiful headshot with the SMG-11, but he still needs to find 3 more. Staying on bar, he has information. He uses the smoke gas canister, almost gets the second kill, but doesn't get that confirmation just yet. But in the end, Super Phantom with the AK will be able to get the final kill, eliminating Cypher, and Status Gaming will be able to win their round yet again on the third floor bar. As we proceed to round 9, the score is equalized 4-4, I believe. And unfortunately, Team Heat is definitely facing some problems. Hopefully, if they do come back at the right amount of time, they'll be able to at least they'll be able to hold their ground as best as possible. First floor kitchen is going to be the site, and Team Heat is apparently having some problems.
I think some problems is putting it lightly at this point, ladies and gentlemen. Oxydane will join us back nice and quickly. He's been given the mute as well in that pick that you get whenever you join a game, a little bit later than the pick phase. Regardless, he's been given a pretty good operator, all things considered, an AIM-ST with the 3000 IQ6 pick out of the Wamai into the Wamai. Speaking of which, can we have a look at the scoreboard, our dear admin, if you will? There we go. Eagle Eye, look at that. He has been pulling some weight today. 14-6 so far, and we're not even close to finishing off this game. Unknown Gamer, in the meanwhile, 10 for him in the double digits for the side of STZ. Of course, Statics Gaming have had the advantage of experience going their way, as we've mentioned time and time again. This roster that you see right here, Royce, Lane Jokes, Unknown Gamer, Phantom, and Prince, are a set of players who've been playing this game for a long time, playing competitive for a long time as well. Team Heat, while they've been here for some time, it's not been as long per se, and right now, even though that experience is not quite translating in this 4v5 situation, that is the biggest drawback for them right now, having lost a player who I don't think is able to connect back. First kill will go in as well. Lane Jokes finds Eagle Eye, and that is probably the start of yet another unfortunate set of events.
Well, already Team Heat in a very difficult situation. 3v5. Cypher decides to go for a spawn peek right from the windows of the Whiskey. If he sees one head, in which he will, eliminating Prince, an impressive kill, he'll be able to fall back towards the site, and eliminating Prince will be able to give the opportunity for the defenders to not worry about the Nomad's air jabs, in which the roaming capabilities of the defenders has been heavily fortified. A lot of utilities being thrown right from the bakery side, as the attackers will now proceed to push in from the bakery. It's going to get denied yet again as Zams eliminates one, goes for the quick rotate right from the hallways, but that nade, unfortunately enough, will get caught off as Cypher goes down, making it a 2v3 situation here. Statis Gaming still has the round underhand. They just need to make sure that they don't lose to mistakes like these. Royce pushing in from the bakery, doesn't see Amst in the coach room. Quite surprisingly enough, he's going to win that gunfight, and also yet another man down as Oxydane has been eliminated, and then in the end, the final player on the side of Team Heat will go down as well. Statis Gaming will be winning the third attack round yet again, as they will win round 9 first floor kitchen. As we take a look at it in the ACT Fibernet instant replay, we will now proceed to round 10, where Statis Gaming will be the one in the lead after having a lot of problems dealing with Team Heat's Team Heat's attack coordination on map Cafe Dostoevsky. Looks like Statis Gaming's attack is stronger than ever.
Well, at this point, one might say that for tonight, Cafe Dostoevsky is having a special discount where it is all attacker-sided, because if you really look at the round history, ladies and gentlemen, it is on the first half, 4-2 in favor of Team Heat when
Attackers
they
need to
were on the
locate and
attack.
defuse
And
bombs.
now, on the other side of Rose Swap, 3 back-to-back rounds to Status Gaming when they are on the attack. It is not looking good for Team Heat, not in the slightest, as STC really wants to win this game, and they are doing whatever they can to get that victory. Meanwhile, Team Heat, they've looked good in patches, but they are really feeling the loss of that fifth that is stopping them from reaching back to their full potential. And there's only so much that they can do in this situation. We're gonna have the standard setup coming out from them in Bakery, mind you, with the Jaeger ADSs and the My Magnets. The standard stuff that AMST has managed to use to his favor, admittedly, and to take out a couple of attackers on that big Bakery entryway. It's mostly down to the fact that Status Gaming have pretty much refused to do anything other than the same big push in through Bakery and get kills. They really haven't been emphasizing on second floor either. Not much on verticality, not much on hard breach or anything like that. Nope, it's just been the Bakery push back to back. And it's up to Team Heat whether or not they're going to be able to lead into that in this round.
Well, with a lot of utilities being thrown out, especially a total of 3 flashbangs from the Ash, followed up with one of the nades yet again, and it's just going to be a utility dump from the attackers. They will make sure that they get the control on Baker as best as possible, followed up with the impact nades to take out the deployable shield, in which they will succeed, followed up with the Ace Salma breach charges to make lines of sight from the prep room window. Royce still holding from the angle of small Bakery. He's just kind of worried that there may be some particular player who's holding from either the courtroom or the red stairs, so they'll be able to take out at the best amount of time. Follow up, we do see a first frag, and it's going to be Amst with the MP5K eliminating Superfant. An important kill as the Ace goes down, and a nice shot is being displayed in the chat here. A very impressive shot from Amst. Will he get the second? Actually, he tags a good amount of damage from Lame Jokes here. The Zofia, impressive kill, but the attackers do want to keep the pressure. They want to get the control on towards the Bakery, in which they are failing to do so. Another kill goes down, and it's going to be Amst who's going to take the upper hand. 2 kills to his name, and he's still finding out 3 more. Cypher still holding from the red stairs, making sure that there won't be any pushes coming in, so that the Wamai can only focus on towards one particular angle. But since the small Bakery did have the control on the side of the attackers, and still Amst gets another kill in which he eliminates Prince. He is about to get an ace here. He still needs 2 more kills. We see Lame Jokes in towards the Baker, and he's going to go down as well. Amst with a quad kill. He is hungry for more. Can he get the ace? Yes, he will. Actually, no, he does not. It's going to be Eagle Eye eliminating Unknown Gamer, as Team Heat will win round 10 first floor kitchen in a 4v5 disadvantage. As we take a look at it in the ACT Fibernet instant replay, they will finally be able to equalize the round against them. 5-5 will be the scoreline. Round 11 will proceed, and with Night Soul being back into the game, we will now see how well the defense coordination is going to come in. The tongue, Jack. The tongue.
English is hard.
Yeah,
Baba.
yeah, it's very hard. But for now, we'll see how well they're going to defend on third floor bar.
Oh, absolutely. Third floor bar will be coming out as the Clash gets 6 picked out into the Wamai by Cypher. Interesting decision right there. Not really too surprising. You want to hold down Dark Spot in Piano, you bring in the Wamai. But more importantly, for the side of Team Heat, what matters
Attackers
most
need to
to
locate
them
and defuse
is the
as many
fact that
bombs
they
as they
have
can.
their 5th back. Night Soul, he's been MIA for a long time in this match. He is back to play round 11 and then thenceforth, for the side of Team Heat. But AMST, that last round for him was something special, shall we say, as the man did absolutely everything on Bakery. He was denying utility, throwing out Wamai's magnets,
Attackers have
taking
located a
kills
bomb.
and popping heads. Small Bakery,
10
big
seconds
Bakery,
to
it didn't
insertion.
matter. It was all his to take. And very unfortunately for him, Eagle Eye came in right at the end and said, no ace for you, denied.
Attackers are heading out
As
to
round
defuse the
11
bomb.
will hit its action phase right here. Static Gaming are going to have to take up that renewed challenge of not only Team Heat having a big morale boost, winning that 4v5, but now also that fifth player, Night Soul, being back in the lobby. We saw Night Soul make a few problems for Static Gaming before he got disconnected some rounds ago. And then there's also something to be said about Static Gaming not really clearing all the intel and utility in a given area. Because if my memory serves me correctly, the default cam in Big Bakery was still alive, and that's a big angle that camera covers. You want to take it out as soon as possible. Turns out, as far as I remember, Statics didn't really do that, which wasn't exactly helping their case in that Big Bakery push.
Well, the Jaeger eventually getting detected right from the pillars drone. He was forced to be in a different position in which he'll be able to try to at least eliminate the attackers from surprise. But sad to say, the entire team of the attackers are... Some of them are in the roof, some of them rappelling in the windows, try to gain the control on the side of Piano. This might be the time where we might be able to see some runouts, but since there is a Nomad's air jabs being present in the windows of Train Museum and Red Stairs window, they are not being allowed to do so. Although a double commit would work out, but it's very risky to do so, because if you eliminate one, that's going to be a man count disadvantage on the side of the defenders. Lame jokes with the utilities. I believe two would be the concussive nades to try to take out some of the defender gadgets being present in the third floor bar. That would be the Vulcan shield being taken out, as the drone will be able to detect one of them from the freezer. Some utilities from the attackers will get taken out, as AMS with the Vector SMG claims the life of Super Phantom. Ace yet again goes down, and so does another player on the side of Team Heat, as Lame jokes eliminates Cypher, gets the control on the side of bathrooms, which should be in a very difficult spot for AMS, knowing that he is very difficult, knowing that he needs to focus on two angles, but Eagle Eye will be able to eliminate Royce. That's a very good kill, followed up with Nightingale eliminating Prince, making it a 4v2 situation, which leads to Static Gaming in a very difficult situation here. Lame jokes with the double kill, eliminating one. He gets another. Eagle tries to get the kill onto versus Zofia, in which he will do, making it Unknown Gamer the last operator standing, and he needs to find 2 kills. He knows one is playing from the stairs, sees the head, doesn't go for the connect just yet, as just a lot of gunfire will be able to give him good amount of information, but the amount of utilities that's been thrown will force Unknown Gamer to be in the yellow stairs, actually from the white stairs, which should force him to be in a 10-second situation. Yet another smoke canister being thrown out, tries to contest against the smoke, heavy aggression pushes in, but in the end, the long flank in which the Jaeger pushed in from the Piano, actually from the red stairs, will be able to get the win. Team Heat will be the one winning round 11 third floor bar. As we look at it in the ACT Fibernet instant replay, they will be on match point round 12. Static Gaming, they're still not out of the game just yet. They do need one round win on the side of attack to get the win, hopefully to be able to see it on overtime. I'm very excited how well this round is going to go out.
Oh, absolutely. 6-5 the scoreline. We're headed into the round of ones, ladies and gentlemen, as this is looking closer and closer as the night goes on. One round to go for the side of Team Heat to finish it off and put an end to this rather, a pretty good game, all things considered, but also slightly embarrassing towards the mid game right there. Of course, we've already talked about this, and we don't need to anymore. At least that is what a Team Heat would be telling me if they could hear me right now. Statics, on the other hand, of course, Statics have, well, they've been Statics, as we like to call it over here at the Esports Club, as they really just haven't shown up. This is not the team we saw in the qualifiers, and this is certainly not the team that we expect, given the lineup that we're looking at right now. Again, this lineup of these players, competitively as experienced as they are, and the kind of skill that they harbor in terms of team communication and everything in between, don't really expect to see this kind of a performance coming out from them. And who knows, they might not be able to take this round. They might be. It's pretty much at this point a bit of a coin toss between both sides, who will be taking this match to the finisher or to the overtime situation. Something I'd like to point out before, of course, the round progresses is the fact that we've had so many potential overtime situations for these past few days, but we've always been denied, ladies and gentlemen, except for that one time in Division 1 a couple of days ago. I'd really love to just get that ready to rumble out of my system. I can feel it building up. I've been feeling it building up all day. And who knows, maybe Statics Gaming might not be so static this round and bring things around to that 6-6 situation.
Well, I'm actually excited to see whether Statics Gaming will be on overtime, but for now, their main objective is to win the attack rounds. We do see the Zofia, and now she is not. From Cypher with an impressive headshot, eliminating Lame Jokes, and would actually, to be honest, he actually surprised me out of nowhere. An impressive peek right from the deployable shield. I believe he has the ADSs to make sure that some of the utilities won't work out well. He decides to take out, he tries to detonate the deployable shield, but unfortunately he's just going to hold the site for now. No, he does not. He's going to use it and decides to fall back towards the site. Not towards the site, from the third floor hallway, from the bar hallway, and now he's in the white stairs. He is still present. Quite interesting enough, we do see a total of 2 deployable shield being placed right from that specific spot, as the drones will be able to give good amount of information. Super Phantom making his way towards the stairs, actually from the hallway, as Royce uses his sledgehammer to make lines of sight. Actually, to get an access towards the freezer right towards that specific site. AMT with the MX4 Storm taking out Super Phantom will be able to make it in a 5v4 situation. If AMT goes down, the attackers have a possibility to go and make lines of sight, but that heavy aggression will be able to give good amount of damage to the Nomad, but unfortunately will be losing that gunfight towards them, which would give them the access on the third floor, and they will now proceed to make lines of sight with their soft breaching capabilities.
Well, with 30 seconds remaining for the side of Statics Gaming, Prince is going to pick up Night Soul. A big drop indeed as they're making their way ever so closer to site. But Royce is going to go down with the diffuser. That's a big drop indeed as Cypher's going to take down Prince. In the meanwhile, that's another one. It is a 1v1 indeed. Unknown Gamer versus Cypher. The last two standing. He's got to get in. Unknown Gamer. He knows that he's got to get the plant off right now. Cypher, he's got to deny it. Does he know where the plant's going off? I think he does. He's going to see him. No, the table's there for cover. Unknown Gamer's going to get the plant off. Will he get found? No, he won't! Turns around to get the kill. Cypher will not be the one to continue the streak of Team Heat as round 12 on second floor goes the way of STZ. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking about this all day. Are you ready to rumble? Overtime is in play.
Well, finally, Jax's rumble capabilities is outside, and we are excited for round 13. Third floor bar will be the play, as Team Heat will be the one on defense. I was actually thinking of making
I have to ask Baba, what rumble capabilities? Well then.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Well, sometimes I try to compliment in such a weird things, and sometimes it works, and sometimes it does not. So, although I'm actually, it's good to see that these both these teams do get to see overtime match being played. Although Statics Gaming is not having a good time, and so does Team Heat. We did, I wouldn't say they're not having a bad day. They did, however, win the match against Now Mind Esports on map Villa 7-4. They didn't had any problems dealing with the opposition teams, but this time on a map Cafe Dostoyevsky, they are having a lot of problems. And since overtime anything can happen, and Team Heat needs to make sure that they won't be able to make some mistakes on the side of defense, or else Statics Gaming will be the one who's going to go to overtime. So Statics Gaming, when they are on defense, I believe they've only won on third floor bar and first floor kitchen on round 1 and 6 respectively. But it was technically most of the rounds that we did get to see from Static Gaming on defense were won mostly due to gunfights, and some of the times they were in a 1v5 1v4 situation in which Team Heat didn't had any problems dealing with it. But since this is the 13th round, Team Heat will be the one on defense, and they're having a lot of problems on the third floor. Actually, not on third floor bar. They did had problem on first floor kitchen and second floor reading room. Third floor bar, they have a they have a chance to at least win this round, so that hopefully when they are the ones on attack, at least they'll be able to win it out, and hopefully they'll be able to get the win once and for all.
Well, with the way things are going on right now, it's a little bit of a standstill between both sides. As turns out, Status Gaming, they seem to have realized, better late than never, that maybe calming things down and taking their time with the push is what they need to do. AMST, meanwhile, he's lost one of his Vulcan shields, sitting inside a freezer, as now the other shield on White Stairs is going to get taken out, and a peek comes in from the cocktail window. The Zofia barely makes it out of that one. Lame jokes, as it's gonna take a little bit of damage, 75 HP, not really much to worry about for him. As with a minute 30 remaining, Statics is gonna try and work on getting towards site. Another potential kill, this time onto Cypher, as the grenade's gonna come in any second. Now it will. Will it find him? No, it will not. Cypher's gonna push out at just the right time, save himself getting taken out. As Royce, he missed that kill. Very unfortunate for him. But now he's got to watch out on his flank on the White Stairs door, deciding to go onto the roof. As a minute remains, the Statics are not making any headway into getting into sight.
Well, the attackers gained the controls of the third floor piano, and also Lame Jokes, a wonderful push, eliminating Eagle Eye, as the Vector will be able to claim the life of two players. Amster Super Phantom goes down, making it a 4v3 situation. Can he get the third is the biggest question here. No, he does not, but he still survives. How does he escape in such a quite fashion there, as Prince taking quite a lot of damage, doesn't even get any shots just yet, and he's just gonna go down. Amps with the triple kill. The diffuser is down on the third floor bar as Lame Jokes proceed to push in right from the White Stairs. Unknown Gamer playing also very close on the freezer. He knows that there is the Goyo being played, and he's going to claim the life. Unknown Gamer will be able to shut down Amst, but a total of 16 seconds left, and the diffuser still being down, and a huge aggressive plays from the Melus. He whips out the pistol to get the confirmation. They'll be able to get the win yet again. Cypher with the final kill, eliminating Unknown Gamer, will be able to give this win of round 13 third floor bar to the side of Team Heat. As we look at it in the ACT Fibernet instant replay, we will now proceed to round 14, where Team Heat will be the one on match point and they're the one on attack. Status Gaming, since they've been either given they've given multiple amount of choices to hold on the site, in which you have either a chance to go for a third floor bar or first floor kitchen, but unfortunately with one of the teams being disconnected, we are now going to go for a rehost. Fortunately enough, Status Gaming, they did held their ground, but we are going to go for a rehost. I believe that was on round 13. Status Gaming, an impressive play, especially in the final round on round 9. From round 9, I believe it was on first floor kitchen, where the Ash, who was trying to plant in right from the second floor reading room, did get the win. Actually, I do have to apologize. It was on round 12, second floor reading room. I do have to. I guess I need to wear my glasses because I've kind of forgot on what
Wait.
exactly the round was. It so
You have glasses, Baba?
no, I do not have glasses.
Ah, I thought as much. Because you made that statement, and I was like, and I thought that maybe you do, but I thought we could be glasses buddies, but I guess not today.
Well, at least hopefully, when we're in a hotel, having some food, maybe we'll just have 2 glasses and we'll just, cheer on it. How about that, huh?
Okay, yeah, you definitely saved the direction on that one. But anyway, coming back to the point at hand. Absolutely love that. I love that reaction. That's one of the things I live to see as a caster, ladies and gentlemen. But anyway, coming back to the point at hand, overtime. Oh boy, it's gonna be an interesting game indeed. And what a time to take a rehost from the side of Statics Gaming. Wouldn't you agree, everyone? Like, we've seen this before. Overtime rehosts, maximum overtime rehosts, because why wouldn't you want to have a tactical timeout of sorts right at the precipice of the match ending. Of course, it's just a little bit of a joke, I guess a misdirected joke at the end of the day, but still a pretty good match, all things considered. Maybe things could have happened a little quicker for Team Heat at the end of. At the end of the day, looking back at it, as they say, hindsight is 50-50. But we all know that had Team Heat not lost their fifth, if Night Soul hadn't disconnected, then Statics probably, maybe, most likely, might not have had this kind of a position where they managed to get to overtime. Nothing against Statics, but the way they've looked all day, doing the same push over and over and over again, repeating the same things over and over again, it's really just down to the fact that Team Heat took their time to read into that. With only 4 players remaining, they were feeling the loss of that fifth for sure. And then when they did, they still managed to take a round and take 2 for that matter, only for Unknown Gamer to turn around and say, all right, that's enough, I'm taking this to overtime. And oh boy, did he do that, getting the plant off immediately, shooting at the door, knowing that there's only one of 2 ways that that last player can come from, getting the kill and making sure that no way our Team Heat getting away with a 7-5 victory. Right now, of course, it is still Team Heat's lead and their overtime match point, as they were the ones to win the first overtime round. But now, on the other side of this little reho, shall we say, we're going to find out what is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen, in this matchup.
Yeah, well, talking about it, since Status Gaming will be the one on defense, I believe Status Gaming is the one who did win. Actually, no, I do have to apologize again. I guess I do need my glasses. I do have to go to the eye clinic and check what's wrong with my eyes. But talking about round 13, third floor bar, that's where Team Heat won their round of defense. Is that right, Jack? I mean, I hope I said that right. Round 13, third floor bar did go to the side of Team Heat, and they are the ones on overtime match point, and they are on attack. Now, talking about Statics Gaming's lines of defense, they are not actually going well in the first half at all, with them only winning 2 rounds of defense in the first half, third floor bar and first floor kitchen, in which both of those rounds were a very close round, in which they did, however, win it out on a 1v2, 1v3 situation. And Unknown Gamer, I believe, he was playing as the Jaeger in the round. In round 6, he held his ground very well, getting a total of 4 kills all by himself. Although there were some bullets in which the teammates did get an assist from, but Unknown Gamer, he did hold the ground right from the first floor kitchen, did at least get 2 wins on the side of defense in the first half, in which they in the second half they decided to pick up the pace, winning a total of 3 attack rounds in a row on rounds 7 to 9. And I wouldn't say an impressive play. There were a little bit of mistakes being made from Team Heat. First and foremost, you know the TK being made from the Jaeger, and then the round 8. I don't know if I want to talk about it. It's just a mistake, and it's better to not talk about it a lot. But still, there are some, maybe if there was still 4 players still remaining at that side, and if Team Heat didn't decide to go for being aggressive, we might be able to see, we wouldn't be able to see overtime in the first place, because that one single mistake in which Team Heat did was, I wouldn't say it, I wouldn't say that it wasn't a huge mistake, but still, uh, it would be better if you just give it a chance. So that's technically what more that I wanted to talk about it. But still, Status Gaming, they're not out of the game just yet. In round 14, we'll be able to see whether Status Gaming will be able to put it to maximum overtime, or just Team Heat will be able to close the deal.
Well, right now, for Statics Gaming, the only way to save this game is to go to maximum overtime, ladies and gentlemen. While Team Heat, of course, they'll be looking to finish things off right here, right now. It's basically another rendition of the round of ones, except this time, things are a lot closer than you might initially think, because maximum overtime, well, that's where it all comes to a head regardless. So, for Statics Gaming, if they want to have that second chance of winning this game, it's now or never. And unfortunately, this match does not get to live forever. It has to come to an end at some point. So the end is near, as they say. All the signboards out in the street. But jokes aside, I know that was a weird reference, and I'll have to explain that to our admin later on.
At least you could have quoted a Thanos quote, right? I mean, you just could have said, "Dread it, run from it, Destiny still comes back." I
I mean, I
forgot.
guess the references are inevitable.
Ah, yeah, that's a good one.
Indeed, you set me up for that one pretty well, all things considered. But I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes you have these moments where you really need to get that joke out there. It doesn't matter if it's a good joke, a bad joke, or a dad joke. It has to get out there. And if Fox were, I'm pretty sure he'd be rolling right now, as they say. But we're just waiting on Statics Gaming to get Unknown Gamer back in the lobby. Team Heat is all in. They are ready. They are prepared to finish it off as quickly as possible. STZ, on the other hand, not so much. They haven't been really looking that good at all today. And they are going to have to try and turn things around on the other side of this rehost. Of course, Division 3 still has another whole day's worth of play, ladies and gentlemen, to go. The last day of Div 3, that is tomorrow, the 24th of November. It'll be starting off with Team Heat versus Wolframite Esports, Allegiance versus Nevermind, and Statics Gaming versus Naughty Indians. 3 matches that I'm pretty sure all of our viewers are going to be stoked to see. I know I'm stoked to cast them, and I'm pretty sure you are as well, Baba, as those 3 matches, along with the 2 other offline games, will pretty much determine who gets to stay and who gets eliminated from Division 3, along with the top 3, the best of the division, who get promoted to Division 2. We're going to be waiting for those results, of course, at the end of tomorrow when everything's updated and the leaderboards are released at the end of the week. And mind you, ladies and gentlemen, Siege action this week is of particular interest, particular hype, because it is the Majors week. That is right. In 2 days from now, the Majors, South APAC Majors, South Asia, that is, our region, the Majors for our region will be going live with Union Gaming, Team L2K, Mercenaries, and Monka S facing off for that pivotal Majors winner spot. And who knows, if Union Gaming wins that one, we might even have some SA representation all the way out in the 6 invitationals. A lot is riding on these majors, just like there's a lot riding on this game, ladies and gentlemen, because, as has been confirmed, both sides are ready. Statics Gaming has all of their players in, and we're just making sure that everything is set and proper for all of our teams, all of the players here in the lobby, and we will be resuming with round 14. The scoreline is 7-6 in favor of Team Heat, and the match is going to be resuming right now, in fact, on your screens, back live. Baba, take it away.
Well, round 14, overtime match point. Team Heat will be the one on attack, and also they are the one who is in the match point. They just need one more round to get the win against their opposition, and the site in which they have to go on would be on first floor kitchen. We do see a 6 pick come in as Eagle Eye decides to switch in from the Zofia to the Jackal, as well as Royce as he shifts from the Mute to the Melusier. Not quite sure sometimes, you know, when I'm having those tongue twisters problem, it just has a lot of problems. But anyways, just wait for the load to. We'll just wait for the loading
Defenders,
screen
protect
to
your
come
bombs
to
from
an
being
end,
defused by
and with that, the
attackers.
prep phase will proceed. First floor kitchen site, overtime match point for Team Heat, and let's see what kind of strategies does Statics Gaming have up in mind. Do they are they going to go for a same strat, or are they going to go do a different strat? Looking at it, it will be the same strat. We do see a deployable shield being placed right from the bakery. There's going to be a hard bakery hold. The only difference is, will Team Heat decides to go full ahead right from the bakery, or will they start getting control of third floor, second floor, and then use the use the vertical lines of sight to their advantage and then go towards the side and go for the plant. It's up to them, and we'll actually get to see it when this prep phase comes to an end.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Absolutely. The preparations from Team Heat have to be real right now because Statics Gaming have got a fairly standard defense in mind, all things considered. The only thing they're lacking to make this particular defensive hold absolutely, having all the operators in hand, that is the castle, and they've decided not to bring him in. Instead, it's either the Legion or the Melusi who's replacing the FBI defender. Of course, thoughts and what ifs aside, we're gonna have a pretty interesting round 14 because again, Statics Gaming are on the defense. They can afford to sit back, relax inside of the building, wait for the the attackers, to come their way. And Team Heat will know this. They're gonna have to try and outplay them in their own game, and that is what really ratchets up the tension in this particular situation. Team Heat going on the third floor roam clear right now. They need to find a kill or two, maybe even just take all the defenders out from verticality if you get, of course, the situation. And Statics Gaming, of course, they will not allow that to happen. They're gonna have C4s, they're gonna have all the utility in the world to deny that from coming to fruition.
Well, Night Soul will take a good amount of damage from the bandit, in which he did hold a sight right from below. Not quite sure where exactly that location was, but dealing good amount of damage to Night Soul gives the higher possibility for the defenders to win the gunfight against them. Although the AR6 proves to be a good weapon when it comes to dealing good amount of damage, good decent amount of fire rate. But for now, let's just focus on the task at hand. The Ash's breaching charge being used to make lines of sight by getting the control towards the train museum and mining room, in which AMS will also do the same thing yet again. Spots one, tries to go for the shot but doesn't connect just yet. But with the attackers gaining control of that specific room, the defenders are now going to feel the heat. But do they know that there is Flame Jokes slowly peaking as he decides to push it right from the red stairs? Super Phantom goes for the C4, misaligned and mistimed. He's going to miss that opportunity as AMS will be the one getting the upper hand. Night Soul decides to push in from the courtroom as Royce is still holding on towards the freezer. All access space has been opened, and so does the man count as 2 players on the side of Team Heat goes down. Night Soul, Cypher, AMS to 3 players on the side of Team Heat starts crumbling down. As Eagle Eye and Oxydane are the only 2 operators left on the side of Team Heat. Unknown Gamer with still a beautiful angle will be able to down one, doesn't get the connect just yet, with the push which comes in from the Ash and a lot of time being taken out. He'll be able to try to take at least one. There you go, 1 kill goes down, but unfortunately in the end, every team on the side of Team Heat starts to fall down, as Statics Gaming will be the one winning their defense as well on first round kitchen. As we look at it in the ACT Fibernet instant replay, ladies and gentlemen, we are in at the final round, round 15, the decision round, to see who's going to be the one to win this map. Cafe Dostoyevsky, will it be Team Heat on the side of defense, or will it be Statics Gaming on the side of attack?
Well, it's all down to these final minutes, ladies and gentlemen. It's the final round, and these minutes are the final countdown. First floor kitchen and kitchen service and kitchen cooking. I still get caught up with that one. Kitchen and service entrance on coastline, and kitchen service and kitchen cooking here. But regardless, kitchen service and kitchen cooking will be the site of choice once again, having already won the 3rd floor site in the first overtime round from Team Heat. They will be going down to the 1st floor now and potentially bringing this home. It's all down to this round, as there is no going back. There's no leads, there's no equalizers. It's all down to this final bit indeed. Right now, Team Heat looks like they are trying the same thing again for the most part. Yep, they are indeed. They've got the mute in place of the Legion and a bandit from Cypher. But other than that, nothing too different from what Statics Gaming were already bringing out. The mute, of course, is going to do a whole lot to deny utility and intel from the side of the attack, and Statics Gaming, if they know this, which they most likely do, are going to be well aware of how to play around it. Then again, given Statics Gaming's performance tonight, we might not see that come out because, again, they've been pretty repetitive, all things considered, in doing what they've already done and relying on winning those gunfights, which they have done pretty well for the most part. But at the same time, there's only so much you can do. There's only so much you can win by simply relying on gunfights alone.
Well, the Jaeger in the side of White Stairs to try to give some pressures towards the attackers who are trying to clear that specific to the specific floor, as we see Unknown Gamer trying to open up a bit of a barricade, and he's kind of worried that there might be one player on the side of pillars, but it looks like it's too late. Cypher with the MP7 will be able to claim the life of Unknown Gamer. Quite an unfortunate one, as Unknown Gamer falls down right from the pillars entrance. Phantom will be able to drop down from the new hatch, and so do Royce as they start pushing in towards the third floor building. Tries to get the control, tries to get the best amount of control as best as possible, as the Nomad's air jab will be used to prevent any pushes happening from the side of the defenders. The last air jabs will be placed right from the White Stairs, as the attackers will now proceed, especially the Sledge has to come in to eliminate one, but looks like Eagle Eye will be able to eliminate Lame Jokes, but an instant refrag comes in from Prince as he eliminates him, making it a 4v3 situation.
Bomb located by attackers.
Well, with two bodies already dropped, Statics Gaming not looking to go their own play. Didn't exactly go the way they wanted to, and Eagle Eye came out of that pretty happy, all things considered. He's wasted a fair bit of time, and he's taken a body on the way there. Unknown Gamer going down, especially alongside Lame Jokes, is going to make a big dent on the final site push for Statics Gaming, as it's all down to these last 55 seconds that we're gonna find out exactly how the cookie crumbles. We've got a grenade, excuse me, from Royce, but AMST is gonna find Princess. Meanwhile, that's a big drop as the Wamai takes a, the Wamai takes a big kill. And 9 solo. Meanwhile, ooh, that's a little unfortunate. He's gonna get grenaded out, and there goes AMST peeking small bakery. Not really required right there. Super Phantom relieves him of his duty. The ace pushes in. Is he gonna find one? Yes, he does. Waited refrags instantly, and it's all down to Cypher. He's gonna find this kill. Not quite. It's between him and Royce. Who's gonna win? It's not the Bandit. It is Royce. Connects it right at the end when he needed to. As Statics Gaming are going to be the ones to finally win it out on maximum overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see that in the ACT Fibernet instant replay, as STZ, after a long struggle, are going to take Cafe Dostoevsky at the end of the day, 8-7 to them. And Team Heat, on the other hand, not exactly coming out of that all guns blazing. It was a little sad right towards the end that they were not able to take the round win, ladies and gentlemen, after having done so much to deny Statics the push. At the end, when it really mattered, Statics Gaming took it all for themselves. What a day of games, ladies and gentlemen, and what a game itself. Speaking of which, let's have an overview of the matches that we have had today. Team Heat versus Nevermind Esports, the first game that happened. Team Heat looking pretty strong over there on Oregon, shutting down Nevermind Esports pretty significantly, 7-2 to them. While coming around, Nevermind Esports had their second game against Nat on the map of Villa. Nat took that 7-4. Fairly close game, all things considered. But at the end of the day, Nat managed to bring back what made them such a great team so long ago. And then, of course, Statics Gaming versus Team Heat, the match that we just had on Cafe Dostoevsky, 8-7 to STZ after a big, long fight indeed. And speaking of that long fight, let's have a look at it in Relive the Moment, where we go over the best moments of the match that we had and sort of break down the overview that we have of the game. And Babagusa, please take us through them.
Well, talking about the first half, it was Team Heat who were dominating on the side of attack. Their coordination when it comes to the attack on Map Cafe Dostoevsky is absolutely amazing. Taking out, we did see a lot of bodies being dropped in the late rounds, but it was most of the time Statis Gaming did win some of the close rounds, especially on round 1 and round 6, where it was always down to a 1v1 situation. All of the rounds that we did get to see right till the very end, we did see a 1v1 situation from both the teams, and somehow Statis Gaming managed to recover it, being it in a very disadvantageous first half. So this was technically this was round 4, where Team Heat's streak when it comes to winning on defense was absolutely unrelentless. So winning a total of 4 defense rounds for a total of 2 to 5 rounds, they did, however, manage to get a total of 4 to 2. Some of them were flawless rounds, some of them were on a post-run situation, and rarely we did get to see them, completely wiping out the entire team. So there were some of the rounds where Team Static Gaming did make a mistakes, and when I said mistakes, Static Gaming did make a lot of mistakes in the first half itself, not getting 1 kills, not being able to get good amount of information, and when one particular team goes down, lack of information is what Static Gaming was missing. But I'm glad they did, however, manage it out in the second half. Talking about Team Heats, especially on the side of defense, they were very strong. Unfortunately, in the second half, they did had a lot of difficulties. They did had a lot of connectivity issues from them, but we did get to see some amazing gunfights and utilities being used, and technically outsmarting the opponents one step at a time.
Oh, absolutely. Team Heat even caught in that 4v5 situation. There was nothing stopping them from attaining victory. At least that's what it looked like. They were not willing to give up, ladies and gentlemen. However, it was just the fact that they were missing their 5th Night Soul, who finally came back in round 10, and all things considered, that was a lot of intel that one player alone was able to give the side of the defenders. When you really think about it, sure, you don't have an active player currently playing in that particular round, but what Night Soul had the advantage of, as you can see blinking on the top of the screen, that default cam, which was somehow still alive that late into the round. Just in general, these small mistakes from STZ were really adding up in between rounds, and it really looked bleak for them at one point, where things could have shifted very quickly, very heavily against them, as Team Heat were the ones on match point going into round 12. But then you had the play of, potentially the play of the week, I should say, as Unknown Gamer going for the plant, forced to, with well less than 10 seconds remaining. Cypher, I believe he had a C4. Yes, he did, now that I look at it. But he didn't use it for whatever reason, decided to go for the kill, and got taken out. It was still a good attempt, ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake. But, again, as they say, hindsight is, of course, 50-50. Unknown Gamer, once again, he's been pretty good this game, all things considered. Sure, a little bit lackluster from him, but then again, every player has their off day, all things considered. Meanwhile, we had Team E taking the first overtime round on round 13. Excuse me right there, I have to pause for a second. But then Statics turned things around, and turned things around very, very well. The defense on first floor was something to behold, because that is Statics when they're performing nearly at their finest, I should say. And I say nearly because, of course, at the end of the day, it wasn't exactly their best performance, all things considered. Like we've seen round 15 right here. This final kill from Royce, that would not have happened had the bandit not been very low on HP. He was peeking, he was trying to get the kill, and he couldn't connect the shot when he made the quick peek, and got taken out for his attempt. But ladies and gentlemen, with all of that being said, of course, that is gonna do it for day 5 of Division 3, and what a day of games we've had, as we'll be calling it quits for here tonight. But before we go, a quick reminder to all of our viewers to check out the Esports Club with the link down in the description below, because the Season 3 registrations are now open for both solos and for team and for all teams, excuse me, right there. And if you want to have a chance of playing the league and getting into the thick of the action, maybe even getting into Division 3, you want to head over to the Esports Club. The link is down in the description below. Get yourselves registered, get your team, your friends, whoever you're playing with registered. And if you want a team to play with, solo registrations are open. With all of that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for us here at the Esports Club. From myself, Blackjack, my co-hosts, Baba Gusta and Foxy, and our admin, Eisen, as we'll be ending things here tonight and coming back with Day 6 of Division 3 tomorrow. It's surely going to be another exciting day of games. We'll see you there. Stay tuned, and good night.